running out of patience. There's gotta be somebody who can save me. Gotta be someone who feels the same. Cause I've been all by myself, got nobody else to help ease my mind. I feel so lonely, so goddamn lonely. Can't be the only one. No, I can't be the only one, only one, only one. Only one, only one, only one. I can't be the only one, only one, only one. 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 I can't be the only one, only one, only one. Only one, only one, only one. Lonely, tired of always feeling so lonely, with nobody around to come and hold me. Gotta be someone who feels the same. Cause I've been all by myself, got nobody else to help ease my mind. I feel so lonely, so goddamn lonely. Can't be the only one. No, I can't be the only one, only one, only one. Only one, only one, only one. I can't be the only one, only one, only one. 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 I can't be the only one, only one, only one. Only one, only one, only one.
Caution, contents hot. 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 You got to give me all you got. Caution, contents hot. You got to give me all you got. Caution, contents hot. You got to give me all you got. Caution, contents hot. You got to give me all you got. Caution, contents hot. You got to give me all you got. Caution, contents hot.
you lied to me. Now I keep thinking, was I wasting my time letting you into my life? You brought out the best in me. We had everything we needed. You put me aside and turned out the lights for no reason. Was it a make-believe? Something you never needed? What was it all for? I don't know you anymore. We go back, we go back, we go back, we collide. Losing track, even God knows I'm trying. Dangerous, selfish ways to love me more these days. We go back, we go back, we go back, we collide. We go back, we go back, we go back, we're colliding. Losing track, even God knows I'm trying. Was it all make-believe? Something you never needed? Or was it a fall? I don't know yet anymore. We go back, we go back, we go back, we colliding. Losing track, even God knows I'm trying. Dangerous, selfish ways to love me more these days. We go back, we go back, we go back, we colliding.
no fui el primero, ni seré el último, pero sé que lo gozaré. Para serte sincero, un Dios el que te enseñó lo que puedes hacer con mi piel. Baby, si se nos da, será lo que será, los dos vamos a matar, toda esa curiosidad. Baby, si se nos da, será lo que será, los dos vamos a matar, toda esa curiosidad. Solo yo sé de ese lunar, solo tú comes el pastel. Con estilo siempre te vas, pero te vienes con placer. Me dijiste no quiero nada, pero quieres todo, mujer. Baby, yo te hago soñar, algo más rico que la miel, mi droga que te legalicen. No digamos el pecado, que hay cosas que no se dicen. Y en la piel tú y yo jugando, baby, ¿para qué te dices? Y tú solo dices que quieres más, que matemos la curiosidad. Eso es, baby, si se nos da, será lo que será, los dos vamos a matar, toda esa curiosidad. Baby, si se nos da, será lo que será, los dos vamos a matar, toda esa curiosidad. Aquí viviendo roce, estamos solitos y asómate a las 12. Pegándote bien lento, baby, para que tú goces. No somos algo serio, pero bien si me conoces. Tú eres el antojo de mi vida. Si tanto que te pienso ya no encuentro la salida. Pero no somos nada, nada, girl. Pero no somos nada, nada, girl. Baby, si se nos da, será lo que será, los dos vamos a matar, toda esa curiosidad. Baby, si se nos da, será lo que será, los dos vamos a matar, toda esa curiosidad.
Okay, good morning everybody. Welcome back to the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championships. I have a feed on my left of everything that's going on. Hopefully everything is working as it should do. So I have some stuff in the background that's hopefully working. I don't think it is. Oh well. Yeah, that idea didn't work. Oh, that's a shame. I had some music that was meant to show up in the background, but I'm guessing it didn't want to play today, which is a shame. Oh well. Well, welcome ladies and gentlemen to the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championships. Woo, Alex! Says Simon down in timing. So, yes, everything's a little bit different for me. Well, not really. I've got a new streaming computer. Oh, it's working. It's working. I think the music's working. I'm excited because I have music in the background. I'm doing live figuring it out here. It's happening again, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it is working. It definitely is working. Anyway, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have some awesome stuff going on today. We have round number 8. I have a new streaming PC, and we have 3 camera angles once again covering the track, which is awesome. And it's great to have a new PC, not going to lie. It's going to give you a lot smoother streams, which is going to be quite good for everybody at home. We've got the track mic outside as well, and I've left these cameras up since last round, which I will apologise in advance. We didn't have because the other computer died. Yay! So yeah, we're back up with that one. And talking about dying computers, even the timing laptop died on Friday. So I think there's a curse of dying hardware up here with the Kart Club. Anyway, welcome to this round, which also means if I get rid of this background music, which I think is playing, I don't know. Let's have a look of the program of events for today. That might be quite loud, so let's turn it down. So, round 8 program of events. 2 left to go. Here's the running order. It's Honda Cadets, Rotax Cadets, and yes, you see correctly, no Intermax. So no Intermax today. So we've got the Junior Rotax, Senior and 177 Rotax. Oh yeah, we've only got 177. They're going to join on the back of the Seniors. And then Formula Blue are back for the last few rounds of 2023. So we'll see them. I think they're here for quite a few rounds now, actually. I don't know. We'll find out later in the year. Here's the race durations for today, as we have perfectly the clock on the left-hand side of the screen. So practice today was 10 minutes, but they must complete at least 3 laps. So that is why the stream was a little bit later today. Heats at 8 minutes plus a lap. The standard going really for these championship rounds. And then the finals are 12 minutes plus a lap. And that is pretty much how it goes as usual, just like I said. So the heats will start after the Formula Blue practice. We only got all the senior ones, so a lot of familiar names out on circuit today. And the grid numbers are as follows. We've got the Honda Cadets, there's 13. Another big grid, and our biggest grid today is the Junior Rotax. The Senior Rotax plus the 177, so there's 17 going to be out on circuit for that race, for those races, and 16 Formula Blues, and I can confirm that. There's only a few out on track at the minute. Just where it's 3 lap practice / 10 minutes. Does that make sense? Probably not really. So there we go. That is round 8's program of events. So that is literally it for round 8. And we are live, of course, every single month apart from last month. So that fact is wrong. I'm a liar. So hello everybody watching at home or at the circuit, if you're mad enough to watch it here as well as on the screen. Anyway, we got somebody in Egypt, Rob Stevens, watching from Egypt, root for a boy Harvey Lee. And then we just had Jack Philpott pop in with good luck to DM Racing for today as well. Right, it's more important times because we're leading to a quite heating up championship at the minute. So let's take a look at the standings. After round 7, the round that was never broadcasted but was kind of hectic in other places, using the same music as last round as well that people might not remember. So Ethan Cousins still leads the way in this championship at the moment for the Honda Cadets, as Luke McGall's second with 808, Charlie White 768, Nikita Roberts 681, Zach Ormshaw 652, Tom Morris down at 616 for points, and Finley Thursfield with 513. That is unchanged since last round. So not much going on with the Hondas recently, but let's see if that will close up anytime today or later on. And Yeah, most of these Hondas are here quite often. To the Intermax then, some changes for the lead of the championship now, which Rook Thompson is our current championship leader, with 774 points, just slightly ahead of Ava Morris, who is second in the championship now. Ruben Jenkins makes his way onto the top 7, so our new contender on there, 141. That shows you how many Intermax we've not had this year, and everybody else has stayed rather put to where they were. I see a wasp outside, so better stay away. Racing looks like it's going to get underway here soon as well, so we might miss the start of the Hondas. So Junior Rotax then, Jack West still leads away with this one. Joshua Withcombe second. Lucas Howell moves up into third. To Daniel Tribe down to fourth then. Still not too much of a gap between them, just 11 points between Lucas and Daniel. Then the rest of the grid, Jarek Metters, Arthur Thacker, Billy Edgecombe all stay in their relative places in 5th, 6th and 7th. So not too much changes going on in the junior Rotax, but I believe it's in the seniors at this time where there is a lot of movement going along. Which we shall find out right now. And there it is. Lots of stuff going on. Finn Smith and Cameron Crockett both flying up the order to our new championship leader, Finn Smith. 759 points is where it's at for him. And only 40 behind is Cameron Crockett, who shoots up to second. Leah Purchase dethroned from the championship lead down to third, 713 points. Evie Pillane goes up into fourth position in the championship, 664. Jack Meeman fifth with 655. And then Bertie Wellesley stays in sixth at 649 points, and then Jamie Burt in 7th position with 646 points. So the bottom two of this top 7 unchanged, but 1st to 5th all moving around constantly. Then it's the 177s then. Harrison Crook still leads away by 10 points to Ian Brownfield. Ben Johnson shoots up into 3rd position. He's the only 177 here today, so easily a lot of points for him to shoot up the order. Cameron Marston, 4th position, stays there. He actually, Ben Johnson and Derek Hunt swaps, and Cameron Marston just managed to stay where he was. And that is your championship standings for, after round 7, and what we're leading on to coming into round 8 here for the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championships. Right then, I left that overlay on. Weather up here is a scorcher. Oh, the overlay doesn't want to work. You know what? What have I just done there? You know what? Everything's going swimmingly today, ladies and gentlemen. When your overlays don't want to work. There it is. On the top right of your screen there. Gotta key that in as well. So it is 22 degrees. It is hot, 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 hot. Why is that all reset then? Huh? Oh, you gotta love it. So yeah, new streaming PC, so there may be some little higgles here and there. So let's take a look at the grid then. Just, no, we won't look at the grid. It's not configured. Simon. It's the witty down in time and it's not configured. Help me, please. So this is how I get it normally. I've just spammed him. Approve men. Oh no, we won't look at the grid. We'll go back to our other screen. Oh, you gotta love the technical hitches that we'll have to start this new round off. But I've got a lovely new PC anyway, powered by AMD, which is really awesome. It just helps us get a lot of stuff done. Those that would like the technical specs, it's a Ryzen 5 7600, so one of the latest processors from them, 6-core processor. We've got 16 gigs of RAM to play with, which means there's a lot more headroom to use lots of other stuff. And then we still got the same graphics card that we had in this PC, which is only a small GTX 1650. That is sort of on the lower end, but this PC is more processor powered rather than graphics. So yeah, with all our web browser stuff that we add extra into this live stream, just makes it more processor heavy than graphics, which is just something there for everybody. So let's get some music going on here for the background. Apparently Mr. Witty does not have it down there in... Well, it doesn't matter. Right, we're on to the formation lap anyway. Let's get today underway, shall we? We won't have a grid for the minute. Racing's about to start. So let's see how this one plays out. Looks like we've got the 74 and 72 at the front of the grid, which we have the two Finleys, one spelt with a double N and one with a single N. Just to confuse everyone. Looks like we've got two formation laps today. So we are going back around to redo the formation lap. So it did rain last night, surprisingly, where we've had this intense sort of intense heat that we've had. It's been like nearing 30 degrees in some areas. Can we have a look at the grid quickly? Oh, we can! There you go. I was right. It's the two Finleys up on pole. Hey, thanks, Simon. So I say just go and do that. Oh my god, there's a name I'm going to struggle with and probably butcher a little bit in 11th position. The number 70. I will apologise in advance because I'm just going to say Maria J. I'm the king of butchering names up here. If people have watched some previous ones, I'm not amazing. This camera's slightly off centre, but oh well. I had time to do that this morning as well. Right, let's go from the top end of the circuit then and get ready for our first race of round number 8, and a round that is going to stay live on YouTube because we are underway for the first Honda Cadet Heats. There is 14 cadets out on circuit with their own dedicated race this time, so there's no Rotax Cadets to interfere with the race this time, and storming straight out in the lead is the 72 to the 21. That is the list that we got, 7 minutes 42, so 8 minutes heats. As you all know. So going around the hairpin and into the horseshoe, there's a big battle between the 12 and 21. The 12 are being Charlie White, wanting to have a go there during this stream. Notice that camera is laggy. Anyway, let's show the order then on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream. As we come down the main straight, your running order is as follows, and it's going to change anyway, but Finley Thursfield, the one with a single N, in first position, Jack Warmshaw, then Charlie White. That's your top three, but it is all changing already as we go into the S's, through the S's, and down the back straight we go. Let's go to the choppier camera 3. This one is classed as camera 3. As we go on round, there is a battle for that second position and a spin by the 15. He wasn't given... Well, he didn't give himself enough room there. As you can see on the left side, there is a warning out on the screen, just on the top right of your screen there. It is Charlie White given a contact warning. That's just a little bit off screen. Once again. Alex doing live stream stuff when he should be commentating. There we go. There we are. Kapow! There are the couple of warnings out on screen. Right, so it's a battle between Finley Thursfield and Charlie White as Charlie White goes down the inside into Billy's and takes the lead of this race now. It's heating up in this top 3 and 4. The 17 is amidst this battle as well, as we keep challenging through this race here. Around the hairpin we go, towards the horseshoe next. White still in the lead. So let's see how this changes as we furthermore through this race. Furthermore, that's a word that shouldn't have been used in that sentence. It doesn't really work if you're someone who knows a bit of English. So still good for the top 4, unchanged by the top 4 as well. Meanwhile, Nikita Roberts going down the inside into Billy's, a little bit further back, going for that 6th position. She has a little GoPro on the front. Oh. I like it when people have GoPros on the front of their carts, so you get to see what's going on afterwards. She's already been challenged back by the driver she overtook, which I believe was Finley Ormshaw, who started near the front of the grid this race, so flowing further down the grid throughout today. Nevertheless, coming from the top bend, down the main straight we go. And still unchanged by Charlie White and Ethan Cousins, Finley Thursfield and Zach Ormshaw still in the where they are. Oliver Ratton staying in 5th. He's on his own for the minute, as the top 2 are in 2x2s. A little bit of a nursery rhyme there almost. The Honda Cadets come in 2x2. Hurrah. Anyway. Around the horseshoe to the right-hander at the top right portion of the screen here. As we go towards the top bend, as my phone indicates, light rain soon. I do like that feeling, but at the same time, I want it to stay dry for the racing up here for today. So Charlie White, Ethan Cousins, Finley Thursfield, Zach Ormshaw staying the same for your top 4. As once again we go through the S's and down the back straight. So we're still flying through. We've still got over 3 minutes left on this race. So around we go from the top corner now for the last few minutes of this race. 2 minutes 30 left to go. So as you can see them coming from down the main straight now. These two have not let each other go throughout this race day so far. We are looking with 1 minute 40 on the clock. As you can see on the right hand side of the screen, that's how much time we got left. A really wacky angle, I don't know why I use it. But that is how long we have left. 1 minute 26 left on the clock. Planning to use a different overlay for next time, so hopefully I'll be able to get that in place. But like I said, this live stream is always a work in progress. Just like this race here, it's a work in progress for Charlie White and Ethan Cousins, of who will be in the first position playing spot here. So we go through the little kink to Billy's. And around Billy's we go, and it's still, once again, unchanged through the S's. And then down the back straight we go. Into the hairpin is next. Horseshoe. Charlie White just staying on the rear at the moment. Zach Ormshaw and Finley Thursfield just staying a little bit further back for now. And we come back to the top. We have 30 seconds left in this race. So there's only a few laps, and I feel like we're going to get an attack by Charlie White at any point during this race here. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. And we plough on through to the next instalment of this race. It's going to be real close here as we go to 4 seconds left on the clock. So our leaders will initiate the last lap board next time round. So we'll see that on the digiboard here. As you can see, it is just solid zeros. So to the top bend we go, and down the main straight we're catching up with one of our back markers as well for this race. It's on the last part of this one. So last lap showing up on the screen as our back marker of the number 70. I'm laughing because it's that name again. I cannot pronounce it. I am so sorry. So around the hairpin we go. To the horseshoe next. And then around the horseshoe we go. The 17 taking a more defensive line through this race. Through the right-hander we go. That is the next part. And it's towards the top bend. Charlie White nudging the back a little bit there. But as we come down the main straight, it's going to be a close call. But taking the checkered flag. Ooh, look how close that was. It was Ethan Cousins, though. He will take the checkered flag for the end of this race. Charlie White takes second. Zach Ormshaw third. Finley Thursfield will take fourth. Luke McGall in fifth. Oliver Ratton sixth. Nikita Roberts seventh. Finley Ormshaw eighth. Hendrik Spinet in ninth. And then Devon Gills will take 10th position. I believe he's off his novice plates now. It's been a while since he's been up here, but nevertheless, yeah, I believe he's off his novice plate. And the music's working, I'm so happy. Something just to mix up the stuff that goes on in between races. Right. With that said, that is the end of that race as everyone floods into the pits. Let's go for our next bit here, which I believe the... Oh, this is different. This is very different. Oh, I know why the music's not working, everybody. Because I have it here. There it is! Right, there's the grid for the Rotax. Alright, Alex, you just need to sort your stuff out, mate. Right, so this is the Rotax Cadet grid. There's only 5 out here today. Archie Rogers Tyler, number 88. I see him practice up here quite a lot, which is one of the things working here. You get to see a lot of people up here. Charlie Page, one of the novices for the Rotax Cadets as well. And as they come on out for their formation lap here, the 88 spins it out of the pits. So we'll walk you through the start of this race here. As I'm now signed into the Clay Pigeon Kart Club YouTube channel, so I can see a lot more that goes on in the background, eh? Go live, stream, and that is what we're on. Oh no, we're not. There it is! There we go. So to the top bend we go then for the start of this race, and it is on the wrong screen. Here we go then, let's get started for this race then, and it's going to go underway straight away for the Rotax Cadets. There's only 5 of them, so we'll show you the first few laps here of competition from these cadets. Obviously, no intermax this round as well, just to explain to those that are just tuning in as well. So we do have a microphone outside that picks up all of the noise of the carts. That was actually left out as well for a month. So I'm surprised that one's working all right. But nevertheless, let's go towards the top bend. Let's give you your running order, and we shall see how this race commences. So coming down the main straight then, your leaders will be as followed. It's Stanley Stafford, Archie Rogers, Tyler, then Tommy Morris, Ethan Coupland, and then Charlie Page. That is your 5 runners. 2 in the tyre wall, mind, down at Billy's. One of them has getting themselves recovered anyway, as most of them are already spreading out. So we'll keep tabs of this as we go through today's race. So a few laps has gone through. As you can see, just about see the warnings on the Digiboard. This time it wasn't a warning, it was a mechanical flag. So we're looking at a mechanical flag for... so we've got a mechanical for Stanley Stafford. You can just about see it on this camera angle. Right, so Archie Rogers Tyler is currently the one leading this race, as the leader for the time was Stanley Stafford. Like I said, the one with the mechanical. Did see a comment in the chat there, but that person has retracted it for whatever reason. But 3 minutes 50 left on the clock. So 3 minutes 20 to go. Our gap's currently 8 seconds to the leader at the minute. Archie Rogers Tyler to Tommy Morris. It does show up a lap on the screen here. But that's how Alpha works. So once he goes over the line, it'll go down to 9.45 seconds. Ethan Copeland in third, so he's 4 seconds behind second here. Charlie Page is a lap down behind Charlie Page. Fastest lap currently in this race is by Stanley Stafford of 40.38. And nobody's able to get just as low as that for this current time. So 2 minutes 30 left to go. Let's see how much further this race progresses. Say that, ladies and gentlemen, we're 11 seconds left on this race. Archie Rogers-Tyler has made the biggest gap we've had so far for this race meeting. I know it's only the second race of the day, but 14.09 seconds is the gap from his lead to Tommy Morris. Ethan Copeland, on the other hand, has started to catch up. I know it's nearing the end of the race, and we're actually onto the last lap of this race now. So not much left to go. So is Ethan Copeland going to be able to close that gap in time? Well, there isn't much time for it. Like I said, it's the last lap. So yeah, this race is sort of just spread out quite a fair bit. Especially at the pace of Archie Rogers-Tyler. He did get the fastest lap in the end as well, 40.36. But ladies and gentlemen, coming down the main straight, and we'll be taking the checkered flag. It's going to be the number 88 of Archie Rogers-Tyler, who takes the win for the Rotax Cadet Heat number 1. Who's next down the road? Well, it's going to be the 79 of Tommy Morris. Green or neon yellow? Nevertheless, it's a rather bright helmet as he takes second. Ethan Copeland third. Charlie Page, the early novice, takes fourth position. Unfortunately, Stanley Stafford out of this race near the start. Well, pretty much at the start. The music's working right out there for the in-betweens. Right, let's go to the grid then. Oh, actually, it's the result. Haha, got you. There we go. There's a junior Rotax heat for their first one. Like I said at the beginning of today's racing, we have 16, I think. Yes. I jokingly lied. It's 18 drivers. Seniors have 16 actually. So Arthur Thacker and Ava. Hang on a second. Ava Morris is in the juniors? Wow. That is a leap. She was in Inter, but where's she in? As they say, they grow up so fast. Let's see what was last year our Speedy Cadet to now the start of this year our Speedy Intermax to now, is it going to be a Speedy Junior? Ava Morris, ladies and gentlemen, let's find out. Wow, that's a name I was not expecting to see on the juniors this year. Stepping up early, which is absolutely brilliant. She's up with the big boys and girls now. So let's see how this one plays out. God, I'm excited already. Will she debut in style for the junior Rotax? Let's find out. Heat number 1 is just to be about. Just about to be underway. But it is a false start to begin with. So we will not find out just yet. See the false start just flying out there for a second on the digiboard. I so want a digiboard cam. So here we go then, around the horseshoe for the second time for the start of this race, to the right hander, and then we should hopefully, not commentators cursing it or anything like I usually do, let's go to the top right to the top end for the start of this race. So coming down the main straight then, let's see, it's a no once again. So Arthur Thacker starts alongside Ava Morris. Whole colour palette of karts going around. Let's see if we go for third time for this starting race. As you all know, commentary is only exclusive to YouTube as well, but nevertheless, down the main straight we come. It's got to be this time, surely. And it is indeed. This race is underway. A lot of juniors heading into Billies, and around Billies we go. Through the S's, down the back straight. It's the 14 that leads the way. Ava Morris is still into that second position. Already has, I think, Finley Richardson on her right side, and that gap she is forced wide. But she is still hanging into third position in this so far. So through the right-hander towards top bend we go. Then down the main straight we come. Let's get your running order on the left-hand side of your screens at home. But it is Arthur Thacker, followed by Reese Reed, Ava Morris and Ella Snow, Jack West, Vlad Tomanchuk, Jarek Metters, Joshua Whitcomb in the WC, Archie Bottle, and Karthik Kameta as your top 10. Possibly going to change here as well throughout this race. Of course it will, it always changes throughout the race. What am I saying? So around the horseshoe we go, 14 leading to the 33 of Reese Reed. Ava Morris in the middle of this top 5, where Ella Snow and Jack West are. Through for the next lap we go. Into Billies, double down the inside for Ava Morris, unfortunately. She's now dropping down to 5th position as the 28 and 92 hop above in front. So it's a big step up from Intermax to Junior Rotax. I believe she's had quite a bit of practice in that junior kart. But it is still a big step up from Inter on the smaller chassis to the full size of the juniors. But nevertheless, she's hanging in strong in 5th position here. Fastest lap goes to our Wessex Challenge champion, Joshua Whitcomb, in the WC of 34.66. So he's in 7th at the moment, or when he went last over the line he did. Another driver overtaking the 32 now is the 53 of Jarek Metters. This is a very competitive grid, as we all know throughout the start of this year. We've had bigger grids from these juniors, but still 18 of them taken to 4th here and battling for those positions. I think that's a new change for 3rd. Yes, indeed it is. The 28 now ahead of Reese Reed. Ellis Snow jumping up the order here. Still challenging through. We got 4 minutes 48 left on the clock, as indicated just sort of slightly clearly on the right hand side of your screen. Not too much left to go. And I'll say not too much left to go. You're in the halfway point of this race. So Jack West, Arthur Packer, Ellis Snow, Jarek Metters, Reese Reed are your top 5. That was a huge scrape and nearly loss of a drive there from one of those those 3 just coming off your screen now. Catching me looking left, right, centre and everywhere. But not where our leader is though, but they are coming up to the top end for Jack West, the number 92, leading this race by just half a second. Look at that charge of everybody else there. Arthur Thacker, Ellis Snow, Jarek Metters, Joshua Whitcomb up into 5th. Reese Reed 6th. Still rather competitive in this midfield battle of 32 and 22. Similar graphics on the cards. That's Ava Morris and Archie Buttle. Lucas Howell given a contact warning. It's the first time I actually mentioned him today. He's in 11th position here. Only noticed because of the flashing on the digiboard camera. So we're still progressing through this race with 3 minutes 12 left on the clock. Only one change really moved there. Archie Buttle has the fastest lap here of 34.26. Showing off his pace in this later stage of racing. But Jack West is the one that leads this race. He's leading it by just under a second. And Ellis Snow in 3rd. That 28 looks like he's going to get caught up by Joshua Whitcomb. And indeed, into Billy's he does get overtaken just swiftly down the inside, through the S's, down the back straight. And that is well and truly a confirmed spot there for the WC. More changes going out near the back of the grid as well. Archie Buttle, was that another place for him? Head of the 33, and indeed it is. He is now up into 6th position. That'll be updated on the left-hand side of the screen as they come over the line shortly. So Joshua Whitcomb making swift progress. And will he be able to continue that on into the top 3 slots here? He is starting to already catch on to the back of Jarek Messers in the 53. He's right on the rear of Arthur Thacker in the 14. So from the top bend down the main straight we go, and it's still the 92 Jack West to Arthur Thacker, Jarek Metters, Joshua Witham, Ellis Snow, Archie Bustle, Reese Reed, Ava Morris still in that top 10. Vlad Tomanchuk 9th, and then Charlie Cox in P10. And with 1 minute 20 left to go. Still plenty to play for here. So 1 minute remains, but it lost one driver by the looks of it, which is Ellis Warlock, the 99, one of the novices in 18th, who departed from this race 6 laps ago, sorry. That's the rest of the field there. Got a nice little backpack here, just 4 of them. Max Chown, I think, is in that one, the number 76. So keeping tabs of that little race going on at the back of the grid. Even though at the back they still have a race at hand. So through the S's, down the back straight goes the number 92 of Jack West. Like I said, has been leading it for a while. That gap is 1.2 seconds. Joshua Witham has still been unable to catch up, and well, he has caught up, but hasn't had the opportunity yet to overtake that third position. As the screen is 0 for the time, it's last lap, which also means there is only one opportunity left to go in this race. As a switch between Archie Buffalo and Ellis Snow once again happens on the timing. But it is the only driver at the moment, Jack West. That is that driver who is leading the way with a 1.2 second gap. Jarek Metters is right on the rear of the 14, but possibly not going to be enough time to overtake. So coming down the main straight then, and we'll be taking the checkered flag for this race. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Jack West, followed by Arthur Thacker, and very, very tight but closely Jarek Metters. This time, ladies and gentlemen, 0.06. That is all that remained between Arthur Thacker and Jarek Metters at the end of that race. But Jarek Metters indicated third, Joshua Witham fourth, after making superb progress through this race, starting near the midfield of this grid, and within a few laps just climbing to P4. Archie Bustle 5th, Ellis Snow 6th, we got Reese Reed 7th, Vlad Tomanchuk 8th, Ava Morris finishes out in 9th at the end, Charlie Cox 10. Top novice is Max Chown. So there we go, that is that race completed for the Junior Rotax. So still got plenty of racing left to go. Next up is the Senior Rotax. Let's check out their grid. Or is it results? It's still results. Oh, it's just going to be ongoing today, isn't it? There's your results anyway, ladies and gentlemen. Oh dear. I swear it never used to show that last time. Oh well. Right, are we going to get the grid? Can I have the grid? Can I have a grid? Simon! Yay, thank you. Right, so top of this one is Daniel Beards and Jack Mayman. That is your top 2 for this one. And there's a cheeky Ben Johnson just hanging off the back of this grid. That is because there is one, and he is the only 177 out here today. So we go for the formation lap then for the Senior Rotax and 177 Rotax heat. We can already tell you your winner of the 177s, and that is Ben Johnson. But let's go for this one. We have 15 Senior Rotaxes and 177 out in this race. Let's see how it goes. Senior Rotax blue and white for the numbers, and 177's green and white. Obviously all novices are black and white for the plates. So then the top bend is here. I'm sure Mr. Whitty will be listening in for the number at the front. I shall let you know. Well, he'll be listening. Right, let's get this race underway for the senior Rotax. And it's a false start. I believe that was the 17 in that front row. And it is indeed the 68 and 17. And the 17 not showing up on the screen. So that she'll update a little bit later on through this race. So 8 minutes will be on this clock as per usual. We're on the third race of the day here. Are we? No, we're not. We're on the fourth. I can count. So race number 4. As we come near the end to our first lot of racing here. We do have the Formula Blues out after this race, so stay tuned for that. But first of all, let's get rid of this 8 minutes here as we get underway for the senior Rotax and 177 Rotax race here. Ben Johnson just having a bit of a freebie today. So through the S's, down the back straight, it's tight, it's side by side, and it's all clean as we go down the back straight. Around the hairpin we go. Horseshoe. And towards the right-hander we go. As we come over the line here. And your order is on the left-hand side of the screen. So Jack Maven, Jamie Burt, Bertie Wellesley, Daniel Beard, Sam Mitchell, Finn Smith, Rufus Flan, Jamie Bradfield, who's behind the 66. Let's have a session of Help the Timekeeper. It's a 34. 34 out in 9th position. So that shall populate later on. I'm always up power pin, Simon, down in Simon. Do it myself. Right, I actually do it myself. Right, let's get your order then. So Jack Maven's still leading this race at the moment. Doesn't have the fastest, as Finn Smith is the one that leads in that one. 34 seconds on the dot. So let's keep going. Ben Johnson having a battle with the back marker of Henry Stratton, the number 59. Anyway, there's a battle more commencing at the front middle of this grid, which is the 25, 56 and 68. It's Daniel Beards, Rufus Flan, Evie Pillane, I believe, or is it 60? Oh no, it might be Jamie Bradfield. Anyway, I forget what I say quite quickly when I lose track of what I've said. But Jamie Burt still leading the way by just over a tenth, well, just under 2 tenths. As the 17 of Jack Maven out of threat by Finn Smith, current championship leader, as he's hopped himself into 2nd position. Who's that in 4th? That is the number 48 of Bertie Wellesley. Just behind him, there's 77 of Sam Mitchell. Fast lap goes to Amelia Nelson, the number 21, 33.75. Wow, that is fast. Finn Smith actually matching that as well. Amelia Nelson actually last minute entry. Saw it on her Instagram. Bertie Wellesley side by side into the hairpin. Sorry, horseshoe with Jack Maven. It's happened already. As we go towards the top bend and down the main straight, we've got 2 others behind those 2. Meanwhile, Finn Smith is creeping up on the rear of Jamie Burt. Just over a tenth, 0.12 is that gap. Bertie Wellesley's in 3rd. As the 17 Gone slow then, but I think he was getting caught up by someone. Not really sure, but he's now down a few positions, making a few bold moves here. The number 25 is ahead, Rufus Flan. But down the main straight comes Finn Smith. Jamie Burt missed that overtake as Bertie Wellesley stays in third. Finn through the S's down the back straight. Is the 51 of Jamie Burt going to be able to keep caught up with him? Or is it going to be a case of Finn Smith flying off? Only time will tell. Talking of time, 3 minutes 30 left on the clock, indicated by the digiboard. So the top three spread even. Bertie Wellesley with a high glide for this early stages of today. Sam Mitchell and Evie Pillane both having a swapsy turn here, with Amelia Nelson also in that group as well. So the two girls making up progress here in this race. Sam Mitchell, a bit of a sandwich between the two of them, but as they go around Billy's, through the S's next, and then down the back straight we go for those drivers there. Still plenty of time left, over 2.5 minutes here. As the 21 sneaks in front of the 77 of Sam Mitchell there. So there's the change on the screen. Evie Pillane and Amelia Nelson, 4th and 5th respectively. So 71 having an overtake here. Through the S's, down the back straight, ahead of the 66. So it's Jamie Bradfield. A little bit further down the grid, that overtake. Speaking of potential opportunities and overtakes, it looks like Bertie Wellesley starting to catch up to Jamie Burt. Proper leaning forward, going down the main straight there to go through Billy's. Just behind Bertie is the number 56 of Evie Pillane. She is starting to make progress. Just behind her is Amelia Nelson as well, just sticking on the rear of the 56. See if she starts catching up. Coming down the main straight anyway. We are going for Finn Smith once again, still leading the way. It is over a second, 1.2 seconds to be exact. And speaking of how close people are, it's over a tenth for Bertie Wellesley here behind the 51. They're going down the bottom. Around the horseshoe. When I say bottom, I meant bottom of the circuit. Right-hander, and then towards the top bend we go. The 61 of Ben Johnson just going over the line there. He's just having a bit of a cruise really, as Finn Smith goes over the line. 35 seconds remain as Bertie Wellesley darts down the inside, goes a little bit wide, opened the gap straight away, so it swaps back to how it was. That's just going to get the 56 and 21 a little bit closer to him. Still 20 seconds left on the clock. So we're going to be quite tight with the timings of this last lap board. 14 seconds. So towards the top bend we go. It is going to be really tight. Look at that time as it counts on through. Over with just 2 seconds remaining goes Finn Smith. So that clock is at 0, but we are creeping another lap into this race, which is going to help the two girls of the 56 and 21 to potentially catch up with Bertie Wellesley. As a little bit of a tight squeeze overtake by two behind the 21. That is the 25 and 77. Rufus Flan getting ahead. But nevertheless, Ben Johnson just keeping an eye on what's going on behind him, as we are now on the last lap of this race. Bertie Wellesley still right up close to the rear of Jamie Burt, and it's a similar story for Amelia Nelson. She's right behind the 56. So this could change here around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. It might just stay as it is by the looks of it. See who is brave enough to make this move, but nevertheless, checker flag is here, and ladies and gentlemen, taking the checker flag is going to be Finn Smith, followed by Jamie Burt. Bertie Wellesley just doesn't have it in time. 0.08 is that gap. Evie Pillane in 4th, and Amelia Nelson 0.09 behind. She's in 5th. Rufus Flan 6th. Sam Mitchell 7th. Jack Maven 8th. Leah Purchase in P9. And then Tom Rotherham will take out your top 10 for this race. Top novice, and only novice actually, is James Burgess, who stays in P13. As all of our drivers now make their way back into the pit lane, and we get ready for our reintroduction of the Formula Blues. They're back again once again this year. I believe the last time we saw them was back during the Wessex Challenge weekend. I'm going to give it a minute before we see the grid. That's the results anyway for the Senior Max, very briefly. So here's your Senior Blue Heat number 1. A lot of familiar names here. It's the usual lot. Robin Stoddart Stones out there. David Watts, David Waldron. Well, the 2 Davids at the back. But it's Steve Groves and Chris Lord that will be at the front here. Harry Smithson, this is a new name I believe, for me anyway, for the Formula Blues. As always, it's great to see our guests of the Senior Blues up here. Does add a little extra to this one, and Anthony Quill's up here as well. Nigel Vickery, there's a lot of familiar names that I know. Well, I wouldn't be able to identify them in person. But maybe when they keep their suit and helmet and stay in their cars. I still won't remember, I'm terrible. But let's go for their formation lap then. The few stragglers at the back, so they should be able to catch up. Robin Stoddart Stones in that one as well. Spoke to him on the phone not long ago. I think it was on Wednesday or Thursday. He said to mention him. Hello, Robin. Did he say? Oh, I can't remember if he said he had a new camper van. Well, new to him camper van. Right then, let's go for the Senior Blue Heat number 1. Usually fairly good at their starts here, but we are being chucked a false start. I think it's more just to allow the 26 of Mitchell Carpenter to get on the back of the grid. Just waving to Joe Wormsley, who actually made a nice little box. You can see it on the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Instagram, actually on the Clay Pigeon Raceway as well. There's a new little cover for the digiboard. It's now staying permanently up here at the circuit, which is actually quite nice because it is an absolute nightmare to get up and down in the past. So now it's a permanent fixture, and it's sitting proudly there on the left-hand side. You can just about see the box as well. A beautiful box, I must say. And I can say handcrafted by our very own Joe Wormsley. Crafted by ply, wood, oak, maybe. But yeah, that now stays prominently in there, and I think my cameras will eventually stay in there as well. So, yeah. Anyway, to the racing, which is just about to start here. It is time to get underway for the Senior Blues for their first heat. Green Buggo as the heat is underway. Smoky as we go on through nearly 3 wides in some spots, going through Billy's for a brief moment through the S's. Oh, that's a bit of an awkward way round the S's. Number 16 going off-road. These carts definitely not designed for off-roading. But we are clean through the hairpin towards the horseshoe, and it is the 19 that leads away. That is Chris Lord. So towards the top bend and down the main straight we come. I think that was a switch there for that. The top there. It's 3 wide. These lot are brave. Right, through the S's. It's a 66 that leads the way. Then Joey Foster to Chris Lord to Steve Groves. Alex Kemp in 4th. Witnessing 3 wides. The leaderboard on the left-hand side of the screen there. Can't get my words out then. Still gobsmacked by the 3 wide down the main straight early doors. So there is a gap forming for the 66. Let's see how this progresses. It's 2 wide going into Billy's. The one all in blue, you might be able to just see as we go through. There's the number 2, Michael Bell. Hey, Michael Bell. It's a name I do remember. I'll be able to spot him out from a mile away in that blue suit. He's going down the inside of the horseshoe, just squeezing from the 4. We got a contact warning of Alex Kemp, the number 64. He is in 3rd position here. Just popped out onto the digiboard. As a flood of senior blues going through. It's that mid-pack is tight. That tight that if someone does slam the anchors a little bit or doesn't get enough speed, it does create a bit of a ricochet, and it did there, which caused a couple just to back into one another. Nobody's fault. Somebody just had a loss of power to not continue through. The number 2, meanwhile, is up into 3rd position here, ahead of Chris Lord. So Joey Foster leads the way currently by 2.29 seconds. Michael Bell 0.8, just under a second. We got a retiree down over at the right-hander, unfortunately there. And it's not the numbers. It's not Robin Stoddart Stones, is it? No. Harry Smithson given a contact warning. So another one going slow as well. Nevertheless, it's Joey Foster, Alex Kemp, Michael Bell, Paul Alexander, Anthony Cleo, Steve Groves, David Watts, Harry Smithson, Callum Johnson, and then Nigel Vickery. And it is the number 6. No, Robin. I wanted to mention your overtakes, not you retiring. Nevertheless, Chris Lord is in the pit, so he is out of this race as well. Was high up in this race. Nevertheless, David Watts fast lap 35.91. Joey Foster leads away by just under 4 seconds, 3.86 to be precise. As the battle is here for P2. Down the inside goes the one in a darker colour scheme. It will be red and orange. It's the number 1, Anthony Cleo. I should be recognising that, but apparently not. It's been a while. So halfway mark in this race. Well, actually, it's less than that. Alpha timing, skipping once again. So through Billy's. Towards the S's, through the S's, and down the back straight. The number 2 and 1 right on the rear of the 64, but hang on a second. It's going to not be, as the number 1 is now ahead of the 64, as it's all... David Watts didn't know where he wanted to go. It was left, right, but nevertheless, we smash on through, not literally, this race, as it's side by side between the 64 and the 1. The 0 of David Watts trying to get involved in this as well, making it 2 wide, but through the S's it's single file, and we're down to the hairpin. Lots of going down the insides into the hairpin here, as another move made by the number 16 ahead of the 9. So it's Harry Smithson ahead of Paul Alexander. On camera, Alex. Joey Foster going over the line there. He's in a world of his own in P1 because of this battle. The second, as the number 1 now has to go down the inside. Still has that door open, so grants himself second place. Yeah, second place for this race. David Watts in there as well. It's all changing left, right and centre between these guys. So it's 1-0 and then 2. It's not how you count up. It's just the order that we have for the Senior Blues. So top bend down the main straight. They're starting to split away from the rest of this midfield of the 64 and 16. The 64 just dropping places here in this later stage. Alex Kemp. Down the inside goes the plain and simple black kart of the 72, Callum Johnson. Nothing fancy, just a few stickers. And an all black livery looks rather smart. So the time's popped up on the right hand side of the screen. 1 minute 10 left to go. Definitely need a better angle if I'm going to use the digiboard for the live stream. But nevertheless, 3 of the S's down the back straight goes to 1 and 0 for that second position. It's left, right, left for the 0 of David Watts. Just trying to see if a gap will form or just to confuse the number 1 of Anthony Cleal. But as we all know from previous times, Anthony Cleal unfazed by a lot of the motion going behind him. He wants to charge down towards the 66-0, doing it again. Left, right, left. So down the back straight he goes. We're nearing 20 seconds left of this race as well, so that does mean the 66, well, it's actually going to be rather close, I believe. The reason I got the time on the right hand side of the screen as well is currently it's 7 seconds there, but 10 seconds on the timing screen. So it is the last lap of this race. Joey Foster leads by 2.1. Anthony Cleal, David Watts through the S's, down the back straight we go. For those two, is it going to be a swap between David Watts and Anthony Cleal? Quick sip of a drink and I'll watch, and it's possibly not going to be at the minute. They have proper closed this gap though to the 66. Speaking of him though, checker flag, music plays, and Joey Foster takes the checker flag for the end of that race. Anthony Cleal takes second, David Watts third, Harry Smithson, he made some progress this way up into fourth. Michael Bell finishes fifth. Paul Alexander sixth, Callum Jobson, it's Jobson not Johnson, sorry. Callum Jobson takes seventh, Alex Kemp eighth, Nigel Vickery ninth, and then Kieran Quirk in 10th. We lost 2 drivers, it's Chris Lord and Robin Stoddart Stones. Robin! Lovely fellow. So that is the end of that one, and it's also the end of the first lot of heats here for round number 8. As we come back round the order once again. Oh, there's 27. Where did he finish? Oh, Kieran Quirk, he's retired. Well, he's not retired, he's broke down after the race. Oh no, he finished P10, but didn't make it. He ran out of fuel and just broke down. Nevertheless, I believe he'll be recovered at the end of the next race. Let's see if the grid is there. It's not. Shocker. So then, ladies and gentlemen, our next race will be the Honda Cadets. I must say, it does feel weird not mentioning the Intermax for this year. This round. Just really does feel weird. We're missing a whole category. We had one single entry 2 days ago. So unfortunately, we had to not include them this round. Mainly because Intermax can't come off the back of anything either. Too quick for the Rotax Cadets, even though they're the same size. They are too quick. So, yeah. And obviously the difference between seniors and 177 is more weight than anything, so... As they get recovered then, let's just have a quick look at that grid then, because it's definitely going to be there. Zach Ormshaw and Nikita Roberts are on the front row, so that is where that's going to be placing. Louis Lovell, that's a name I've not mentioned yet today. I don't know if he's racing. The 23, Max Lovell's brother. Max Lovell was actually going to be racing into Max, so possibly isn't actually here today. So here we go for the formation then for these Honda Cadets, and that was correct. Oh no, Louis Lovell is here. I've just missed his name entirely today. Apologies. Right, let's get going for the Honda Cadet race then. Let's see how this plays out for heat number 2. So on the second lot of heats now, and I'm presuming the cadets have 2 rolling up laps. Get confirmation so I can say it factually rather than guessingly. So 14 Honda Cadets on track, 5 of them novices, so we'll see who's the top novice of this race. And we shall be able to get underway for the second lot of racing here for round number 8. So coming down the main straight, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to kick-start off this race here. And we are well and truly underway for the start of this race here. As let's see who the leader will be coming through Billy's, through the S's, and down the back straight. It's a great start for the 21 of Zach Ormshaw. Currently with a bit of a gap between everybody else at the minute as we come around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. It is the 17, 22, and then Nikita Roberts, 63. I can recognise that car from anywhere. Love that livery. It's brilliant. Dun 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 dun. Right, so your order on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream. And let's get going for this race then. Well and truly underway now with Zach Ormshaw leading the way by just under half a second. Well, he was when he went over the line. The 17 is just caught up straight away. Closing that gap quicker than a dog dragging its owner down the road. I don't know where I was going with that. So around the horseshoe, the 17 trying the outside, but sort of defended off by Zach Ormshaw there. So around towards the top bend we go. Switching quite a fair bit at that top there. Even Nikita Roberts is having a go. So down the main straight. 2x2s. Ethan Collins still leads his way. Oh, very brave the use of curb there by one of the drivers in that pack. It's 6 for that first position. Currently racing there. 5th going and trying down the inside of 4th. Very tight between the two. The number 12 giving a contact warning. That is Charlie White. He's received a few contact warnings today already. But he got a few in the first race. But nevertheless, to the top end, down the main straight we go. There's Charlie White right behind second position here as we go into Billy's. A little nudge by the 12 as well. Through the S's. Down the back straight we go. So down the main straight we come. It's the 17 leading the way still. Zach Ormshaw, Charlie White, Luke McGraw. Around Billy's through the S's and down the back straight we go for these 3 drivers. Just behind Oliver Ratton and Nikita Roberts. Just keeping an eye of what's going on in front of them by these 3 as we still continue. Another warning popping up there for Charlie White once again. That is number 2. Gotta be careful not giving too many contact warnings because it will result in a black flag. Or potentially could go to a black flag. So go careful, Charlie. As we go into the S's, sneaking down the inside of the 15. So down the back straight they go. Around the hairpin. Towards the horseshoe next. I've done my technical help for the day. Right, so back to our leaders. So Ethan Cousins leading by 2.3, and it's the battle for the 21 of Zach Ormshaw. Zach Ormshaw is the one leading the way. So from the top end comes this class of drivers here. Charlie White sneaking in front just before Billy. And keeping the door shut before the S's as well. A very smart move by Charlie White. So you don't want to leave it open before you get there. Is that... Oh, that was nearly 3 wide for a second. But going side by side into the hairpin between the 15 and 21. Those two starting to catch up to Charlie, well, actually letting Charlie White go. So a little gap just forming between those drivers. Still lots of time left on the clock here, 2 minutes 26 left on the clock. And also Nikita Roberts right on the rear now of Oliver Ratton going into the S's. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. Once again. Look at that lead that Ethan Cousins has in this race so far. It just shows you how much they've been battling in that group for second. that gap over 4 seconds now. So Charlie White at threat once again by Luke McGould. So the highest position now with the amount of time remaining is probably second. If you can pull if you can pull 4 seconds in that time. But unfortunately it won't be. So through the hairpin towards the horseshoe next for these two drivers here. Charlie White defending his little soul as we go around the horseshoe, taking a bit more of a defensive exit. Just to block out that right hand side of him going into the top bend. Down the main straight we come, and that is going to set you off for the next lap here. Just over a minute left to go on the clock. Charlie White just hanging out in 6th position. 3rd is Luke McGould. We also have Zach Ormshaw just hanging out behind McGould. So we go for the right-hander towards the top bend. Zach Ormshaw's actually getting involved with this one. Starting to catch up to McGould and White. Still got 23 seconds left on the clock. And we'll keep the timer on the right-hand side of the screen for all of you watching at home. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. White still ahead of McGould and Ormshaw. So around the hairpin they go. The clock has ticked 0. Oh, it's lasted so long not going to Earth. Try not to do it. So from the top end we go. And Ethan Cousins coming for the last lap of this race now. There is the board and on the digiboard as well. There goes the rest of the field. Ethan Cousins, Charlie White, Luke McGould, Zach Ormshaw, Oliver Ratton. That lead is nearly 5 seconds for Ethan Cousins as he approaches one of the back markers at the later stage, number 70. Towards the top end they go, but ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be coming to the end of this race here as the last lap's already out, and that does mean our winner is going to be the number 17 of Ethan Cousins, who takes the win for this race, taking 2nd position. Well, I missed this battle massively. Luke McGould, Zach Ormshaw, Oliver Ratton, Nikita Roberts, then Charlie White. I missed that. Wow. Okay. Wonder what happened there. Well, you can watch that back if you spotted it on the screens later on this afternoon after the live event has complete. So there we go then, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the Honda Cadets for their 2nd heat of today. And we go into the Rotax Cadets next. So first of all, let's have a look at the Senior Blue results. Oh my god. I'm going to give up with that screen, I think, today. There's going to be a battle between seeing results grids and apparently the results before the other results. What a day. So next is our smallest grid of this weekend, which is the Rotax Cadets. Only 5 of them, like I said, so we'll have their race take over for a little while and then go on through. So we should have the grid by now, and we do indeed. So that is the grid for the Rotax Cadets. Archie Rogers Tyler and Ethan Coupland, that is your 2 drivers starting at the front. So they're coming for their formation up, getting stopped at the exit of the hairpin. And even at us 5, are we going to get underway straight away? And we're not straight away just yet. A bit too quick, I believe it would be. And just to confirm, the Honda Cadets are confirmed for 2 rolling up laps compared to all other classes with a singular. Right then, let's get ready for going back round again for this race. Oh dear, that came out of nowhere. So coming from the top bend then, it's still rather quick, mind. They've let it go and we're underway for the Rotax Cadets for their second heat. So around the S's, down the back straight we go. Continue through this race. Live timing will be available on your screens throughout this race, but we shall return in a few moments time for the continuation of round 8 with commentary starting a little bit later soon. that is the end of the Intermax, oh there it is, the Rotax Cadets race there. Stanley Stafford winning by 2.79 seconds. So we welcome the commentary back up for round number 8. Those that are just tuning in as well, welcome back to, well, welcome to round number 8 with the slightly off-centre camera. Right, let's see what we get for our next one. Oh, the heats are straight up. Hell yeah! Right, so 18 drivers for the juniors once again. The sun's starting to beam down here as well at Clay Pigeon. So let's see how we go for this one. Lucas Howell and Charlie Cox at the front row. So out they come in full force here in this race. Formation lap. This race is formation lap. There it is. Right, let's see what we get from all 18 of these drivers in that pack as well. For me, was a surprise. Even Morris. Surprised I missed that in the entry list. We'll just skip that there. The 18 juniors. Yeah. So just to confirm as well, all classes apart from the Honda Cadets get 1 rolling up lap. Honda Cadets get 2 rolling up laps. But let's anyway go for the start of this race. They're all slowed up nicely at the top of the circuit. Oh, the wind's picking up as well. It's quite nice out there. Right, as floods of people come from the right-hand side of the screen, let's get ready to go for this race. And are we underway? It is first time out for this race, and you can just hear the roar of karts just flying on through. Let's go through as there's a spinner at the back of the pack, luckily just missing out on one of the drivers who had to go rather wide. Nevertheless, carrying on through. Who is at the front is the question that we will want to know. And it is the number 19 of Lucas Howell. So the running order is going to be on the left-hand side of the screen as per usual. And coming down the main straight will be your leader of Lucas Howell, followed by Joshua Whitaker and Reese Reed, Charlie Cox, Let Us Know, Arthur Thacker, Archie Balsakov, Miku Meta, Jack West and Ava Morris hanging out in that top 10 positions there. Very competitive top 10, mind you. Down the inside goes 5th on 4th. That's Ellis Snow and Charlie Cox. There's a contact warning, I believe that is, to Finley Richardson. Goes out onto the screen. He's a little bit further down the grid. But this race only just starting, and we still have plenty of racing to go. So through down into the very sunny hairpin now. Oh, we do love it when the sun flies out. Here's your weather forecast. On the right hand side of the screen as it refreshes for you all at home. Warm, but not as warm as yesterday. Well, not at the moment anyway. Unfazed by the weather though is the 19 in the WC of Lucas Howell and Joshua Whitcomb. Those two currently leading the pack. Both of them together and sticking together. Just behind him, 3rd position, is number 12, a Charlie Cox. is the one currently leading from that third position spot. The pack behind him starting to fill up with a few more drivers. So we've got the 28.33 and now the 22 as well of Archie Buttle in that mix. Third position, that gap is 1.6, but let's see if it's changed since then. Obviously Lucas Howell and Joshua Whitcomb moving away early doors. 1.8 is now the gap. And will it stay like that for the rest of it? Archie Buttle goes fastest so far with 34.68. Fastest we've seen in this race so far. Is that going to change? He's now in the mixer in, I believe that is now 5th position, ahead of the 92 of Jack West. Having a bit of a slower day today by the looks of it. Still in the top spots as it goes 3 wide down the main straight for a brief moment. The 33 trying to stay right behind as it... a bit of a bumper carts moment for a second there as it goes boom boom boom. But down the hairpin we go, into the hairpin, around we go. Still no changes, side by side on the exit, a little bit squirmy, holds it in place as the 14 goes there. 33, I think that was a Reese Reed cutting in too much. Nearly staying combined with another cart then. More warnings going out to Jack West, that last one was. Lots of stuff going on here for this race. And yet, it's still between Lucas Howell and Joshua Whitcomb, the Wessex Challenge champion, trying to make up positions here. As he goes from the right-hander towards the top bend. And then down the main straight we come for the rest of this race. Charlie Cott is really at threat here as Jack West now goes fastest with 34.59. So the pace is picking up here in this race so far. But it is Lucas Howell that is still leading by just a minute, tiny little bit. Last time across the line it was 9 thousandths of a second. No, hundreds, sorry. I knew I was going to get it wrong. Going down the inside into Billy's is 6th on 5th. The 92 getting ahead of the 28. Jack West on Ellis Snow. Those two swapping positions. And now time to charge up to the 22 and 12 with Charlie Cox and Archie Buttle. So from the top bend down the main straight we come for the WC and 19. Not in that order, but will it be as he tries to go down the inside? Lucas Howell still with a lot more pace at Billy's. Stays and maintains first position as we go down the back straight towards the hairpin. So now we're going to start seeing action from these two. A little bit further back in the screen for you at home, but for our eyeballs here at the circuit. Number 92 now ahead of the 12 even. That is the 22 ahead of the 12. I think the 22 now in 3rd, so we'll just confirm that as it comes over the line shortly, and it is indeed. Lucas Howell just really at threat here with not a lot of time left on the clock. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe neck. It is just close between these two, just constantly as they fly up towards the top end of the circuit. Down the main straight, and it is time for another lap. 12 laps in, just under a minute left to go, and still no changes between these two drivers, the 19 and the WC. Archie Buttle's in 3rd with Jack West making some progress up into 4th position in this race as he is starting to catch up to the rear of the 22 of Archie Buttle as the 12 ahead of the 28 here for 5th and 6th with Jack Netters in the background of that one as well. time, just about visible there. 22 seconds remain. So we are on to the penultimate lap here. Penultimate meaning not last one, but near the last one. Second to last. Cowan just given a contact warning down in 17th position. But here we go. We're going to get closer to what could be an exciting ending. So to the top bend and getting ready for the last lap of this race. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. What is it going to be between Lucas Howell and Joshua Whitcomb? So still between the two of them. Stay in the positions where they are. Down the back straight. Lucas Howell taking a more defensive route around the circuit. Joshua Whitcomb really trying to find a different line here. Around the right-hander, towards the top bend. Lucas Howell might have done it here. Defending off for many, many laps here. But it is Lucas Howell who takes the win for the heat number 2 for the junior Rotax after defending almost for 15 laps. Well, I think it was a whole 15 laps in the end. Joshua Whitcomb second. Archie Butler will take third. Jack West fourth. Charlie Cox fifth. Ellis Snow sixth. Jarrett Meta seventh. Arthur Thacker eighth. There we go. Vlad Tominchuk ninth. Ava Morris will finish out in the top 10. Top 10. Top novice is Harvey Lee Winteridge in that race. Lots of contact warnings throughout that race. But nevertheless, that is the end of heat number 2 for the junior Rotax. And now, the grid won't be there yet, so let's check out the results of heat number 2. There it is. I know the overlay goes over the top, but there is your lead, your bits and bobs. Jack West with the fastest lap as well. Mention that one, 34.58. Very quick times out there today. Right, grid for the senior Rotax and the singular 177. Old Ben Johnson at the back. So it's Evie Pillane and Jamie Bradfield is your front two runners with one single rolling up lap. Let's see how this race will pan out very, very shortly. So here they come flying out for their formation lap. So let's see what we get from these seniors, a rather competitive grid out from heat number 1. So let's see how it goes. Let's cut the music, maestro. And let's get ready for the second heat for the senior Rotax. Who do you reckon is going to be out in front for the end of this race? And the winner for this race, well, put your predictions in on the chat here for the YouTube live stream. I see a purple t-shirt. That's Patrick Williams-Rahog. Not racing today. So from the top bend then and down the main straight, let's get ready for this first race. 2 carts with the same colour scheme. So let's get going. Who's going to be out in front at the end of this one? Through Billy's we go. Oh, very close between two of them. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. To the hairpin. And next towards the horseshoe. So it's 66 and 56. So the two drivers that started this race off at the front is still currently staying at the front driver list on the left hand side of the YouTube live stream. Let's get ready as the 66 followed by the 56 Jamie Burton, Jacob Martin, the 21 of Amelia Nelson and Leo Purchase, Dan Milner, Tom Rotherham, Finn Smith and Henry Stratton. He's got a nice little gap between in front of him and behind him at the minute. Right, Apple Watch telling me to stand up even though I've been standing up for the last hour. So through the right-hander we go, towards the top bend. And down the main straight we come. The 56 really looking to overtake the 66 here. Going through Billies and the S's, down the back straight. It's very clean for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 drivers. And that is Bertie Wellesley, I believe. Bertie Wellesley in 10th position. There, the 56 now taking the lead, coming out of the horseshoe. Easy Plane making some early progress is the word I should be using it. She forms a little gap in front of her as we go into Billy. Through Billy's we go. As they go around there, we go through the S's and then down the back straight. Starting down the inside, the 19 on the 71, and that is Finn Smith on Leo Purchase. There's more darts at the mid-pack of this grid. The 56 making a big gap already as Jamie Burt now takes second, Jamie Bradfield third. Someone else making up a lot of progress is the 19 of Finn Smith, who's made up 3 positions that lap. But nobody is going to be as quick as our leader just yet, as Evie Blaine is the fastest out there with a 34.34. 34. So around the horseshoe, we do have a contact warning out on there. 21 of Amelia Nelson and Jack Maidman as well. Your warning on the digiboard there. Once again, 34 leaving a big gap, so the number 19 of Finn Smith just making light work, sneaking down that gap and getting ahead of him. Now he is in 4th position. Someone always with strong pace around the Clay Pigeon circuit. Sort of his home track really, as he goes through the S's down the back straight. Around the hairpin we go, down towards the horseshoe. As once again, he just copies the move from last time out, this time the 66 losing not 1 but 2 positions? Did he actually lose any? Yes, he did. Let's continue further. So Finn Smith up into 3rd. Jamie Bradfield holds on to 4th. As they're all switching there. Whoa. Okay, that's the first time I've seen a car go almost really sideways. That was probably like an 85 degree angle. I've not seen that for a very long time up here. Driver's okay, he's currently just in the tyre wall where he couldn't stop the kart. So yellow flags down at Billy's, which just holds that one off for a minute. So around we go through the S's, down the back straight we are. That has taken 2 drivers out of this race, I believe. As Tom Rotherham's out, Jacob Martin in the pit. Flags remain at Billy's for a minute, so that's just going to help a few drivers out here. So through the S's you'll be able to continue. One is the 66 defending off the 71, and I believe that's the 21 of Amelia Nelson. As somebody else tries to get involved there, I think that's Bertie Wellesley making a risky move at the hairpin there. He's behind Amelia Nelson for the current being time. 2 minutes 17 on the clock. Yellow flags are now in at Billy's, so it's just going to unlock some more overtaking time for others, as it is Eva Blaine that still leads away by under a second. with the 51 of Jamie Burt and Finn Smith just trying to, well, is catching up with them at rapid speed. Fastest out there is the 21 of Amelia Nelson, actually, with a 34.10. Bertie Wellesley trying an outside approach, and it's actually worked out. I believe he's made a couple of positions there. We have static yellows at Billy, so I'm just going to hold that off for a minute. So here comes this big pack, the 48. So Bertie Wellesley actually losing a position there, so I think he's just battling it out within that grid. It's very, very tight for, right, in between the S's. He's ahead of the 17. So he's ahead of Jack Maidman. Got all of these drivers here is battling out. 21 now up into 4. But all of these drivers are just making a bigger gap for those top 3 positions. So it's a battle for P4, which is currently held by Amelia Nelson. So around Billy's we go, through the S's, down the back straight. She leads the way from the 71 for that 4th position battle. Meanwhile, at the front of the grid, Finn Smith is starting to catch up onto the rear of the 51 of Jamie Burt. This gap been closing lap by lap. He's been gaining about 2 to 3 tenths per lap. And as you can see, coming down the main straight is so close to the rear of the 51. And here comes the rest of the field as well. Pillane still leading the way with 16 seconds on the clock. So if Jamie Burt can defend Finn Smith off for a long time, well, whoa, okay. That changed that plan. Finn Smith saw a gap, gone down the gap, but Jamie Burt taking a bit of a direct cut in, which nearly threw Finn off the circuit, but no dramas for him as he just continues on. We're on the last lap of this race as well. So with that, Eva Pillane gets a bit of a better lead than she did originally. Amelia Nelson still hanging out in that 4th position as well, as we continue through to the last few corners of this race. So going up towards the top end, it will be checkered flag time for our leader of this race. Evie Pillane takes the checkered flag for this race. Heat number 2, 1 for her. Jamie Burt takes 2nd, Finn Smith 3rd. Amelia Nelson, she takes 4th position with Leo Purchase. He has taken 5th position. Rufus Flan 6th. Bertie Wellesley 7th. Jack Maidman 8th. Jamie Bradfield 9th. Dan Milner 10th. Top novice and only novice once again is James Burgess. And Ben Johnson rounding out in that race in P14. Speak another devil. And we lost 3 drivers in that race. Daniel Beards, Jacob Martin and Tom Rotherham. So a little bit of recovery to be done, maybe? Yes. So as they go off to fetch that cart over the side, once again, it's been ages since there's been a cart topple over. That would have been about roughly an 80-degree angle. That was crazy. That's how that's how it looked from this angle. So there we go. And Bertie Wellesley taking the fastest lap at the end there. 34.08. See that one. Right, it's time for the Senior Blues for their second one. Nigel Vickery and Mitchell Carpenter will be starting at the front. music. Right, let's get ready for this race then. It's a formation lap. So 16 drivers to be in total. And 8 minutes on the clock as per usual. So let's see how this race forms out today. Oh, a squeaky mic on. So 26 and 7 at the front. So, coming down the main straight then, let's get ready for the Senior Blues for their second heat, and it is underway straight away this time round. As we go into Billy's, it's a bit of a car park for one of the drivers, as it looks like they're gone really slow. And before having a bit of a hop over the rear of another. We went really slow. I wonder if he's bogging down a little bit there. But it does allow the 16, 26 and 0, your top three currently. You won't see it just yet on the screens, because it's not the end of the opening lap yet. So then now they will be. And let's get away. So it's Harry Smithson, followed by David Watts, Nigel Vickery, Alex Kemp, Mitchell Carpenter, David Waldron, Anthony Cleo, Kieran Quirk, Joey Foster, Paul Alexander. That's your top 10. So around the hairpin we go, and a tangle between two, as they are now stopped at the hairpin. Both of them managed to get going without having to jump out their cart, so hopefully they'll be able to get running. But your leaders are unchanged at the minute, your top four unchanged, as David Wardron, Anthony Cleo jump up the order. So does Joey Foster, Kieran Quirk, as Mitchell Carpenter and Paul Alexander with the two tied up together. Near enough, quite literally. As they come over the line here. So currently 17 seconds behind our leader. The 16 and the 0 making light work and making a gap between him and the 7. The 26 given a contact warning, which is... yep. So into Billy's we go. Fastest is David Watts at the moment with a 36.17 as he catches up to the 16 of Harry Smithson. Down the inside but at the S's as well, where the 72 making up some more progress. So down the main straight we come then for our two leaders, and then it's third. In there is Anthony Cleo trying to make progress in the midst of this race. Five minutes and 10 to go on the clock. Still holding out strong in that midfield pack for third downwards, as we've got a driver slow, and once again it's Robin Stoddart Stones. I think we're going to have to call him Mr. Retirement today. So far he's ended his first heat early, and then heat 2 he's also ended early, which is a real shame, but nevertheless we continue on this race with our leaders catching up to where Mr. Stoddart Stones retired, as David Watts is right on the rear of Harry Smithson right at the moment. Under 4.5 minutes to go. So into Billy's they go. around Billy's and then through towards the S's as we go from third down. It's Alex Kemp, Nigel Vickery, Anthony Cleal. Through the S's, down the back straight. So 3 minutes 42. Through the S as we go, and that is where I'm watching the number 2 in between the 27 and 5. Trying to find an exit through in front. Right, but we have had nothing just as yet, so still plenty of time left to go as the 16 and 0, their battle is still to be commenced as they're going into Billy's. The gap is 0.08. Into the hairpin. Horseshoe, and then towards the right-hander as David Watts still stays behind the 16 of Harry Smithston. Still quite a lot of time left to go here as they head on into Billy's. The gap between David Watts and Alex Kemp, well actually it's not going to be Alex Kemp anymore, it's going to be Anthony Cleal as he's now got ahead. It's 8.71. So just under 9 seconds to our leaders here. That's how big of a gap. They're going into the horseshoe and they're just about to go into the hairpin. Jerry Foster trying to stay on the rear of Anthony Cleal. These two have had battles in the past. Also in the similar position as well. As our leaders go over the line there, the gap is absolutely minute. So the whole grid pretty much unchanged at the moment. We've lost no drivers at the minute. Number 6 still travelling on through, so it's not Mr. Retirement for Robin Stoddart Stones as he's carrying on. There's the 9 behind him. In race terms, he's actually ahead, so yeah. Right then, so our leaders have just gone over the line once again. As it changes as well, going through Billy's, through the S's, down the back straight. I think it's swapped back again. I think David Watts had it at the start of Billy's, but near the end of Billy's, turned to the position it has been for the last 5 or so laps. The number 1 has the 66th of Cleal right behind. Sorry, Foster right behind Cleal even. I'll get it correct someday. Not too much time left on the clock as all of these are going through. Checking back with our leaders, they're going down the hairpin at the minute. Blue flag's being shown off to the 26 of Mitchell Carpenter. As every name's coming out now, as Harry Smithson starting to catch up with the back marker. Still plenty of time left on the clock, which means that with 6 seconds left to go, we've got an extra lap in this race that they've managed to squeeze out here, which means as we go around the Billies, through the S's and down the back straight, we get ready to come on back round again. So into the horseshoe. Starting to approach C26 with quick progress. Top bend and then down the main straight we come. The 26th keeping wide at Billy's, allowing our top 2 to go on through on this last lap. So through the S's, down the back straight these two go. Harry Smithson still the one out in front as we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Towards the right-hander. And then towards the top bend we go. And then, ladies and gentlemen, coming down the main straight and taking the checker flag, it is Harry Smithson who will take the checker flag and win the heat number 2 here. David Watts in second. He was the fastest out there, but stayed behind and couldn't get past the 16. So David Watts second position and fastest with a 35.93. Anthony Cleal in third with a Joey Foster 4th, Alex Kemp 5th, Michael Bell 6th, Kieran Quirk will take 7th, with Nigel Vickery 8th, Callum Jobson in 9th, and then David Waldron will round out that grid for the top 10 at the end of that race. Paul Alexander just going over the line there, and last but not least, Robin Stoddart Stones. Well, he is last. Definitely not least. In there with not a retirement, so he's not missed a retirement for today. So there we go, that is all the second heats completed. It's just gone 13 minutes past 1 in the afternoon here. It's Sunday the 10th of September. The sun is shining. Got some lovely sun as it refreshes. 23 degrees Celsius up here. Probably feels like 95, but nevertheless, let's continue on with today's racing as we go round once again the order of everything. Devin Gales and Luke McGaul will be on the front row for this race for Heat 3. How this one goes in a few minutes' time. Once again, the music in the background is from Epidemic Sound. Link is at the bottom of this video. But let's fade out that music and let's get going for the formation lap for the Honda Cadets. Heat number 3, just like I confirmed earlier, they get 2 rolling up laps today. Compared to all other classes getting just a singular. So 2 rolling up laps. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to kickstart this race off for the Honda Cadets. Heat number 3, so we're on to the last of the heats for all classes here. So, coming down the main straight, it is going to be going back round again. So, false started. As once again another collision. What is going on with this start? So let's go to the top, and already it looks like we will be going back round again. So we'll chuck out the false start for this one once again. Right, can we get going this time round? Who knows at this rate? We're currently 3 laps into this formation, so 4th lap for 4th time lucky. So down the main straight then. And this time it is underway. So after 4 attempts, we're underway here for their second heat. Third heat. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. And currently leading this one, as they're going on through, it is the 15 of Luke McGall. I nearly said 16 then, it looks like it from a distance. That or my eyes are absolutely shot. So from the top end, down the main straight. There's the 15, followed by the 12. Then is Devon Gills, number 28. Ethan Cousins and Ratton on the 2 Ormshaw brothers in 6th and 7th. Finley Thursfield 8th, with Louis Lovell in 9th, and then Nikita Roberts in 10th. As they're going down the back straight, Nikita Roberts flying on down the inside of that driver. Line up on the left-hand side of your screen as well. So Charlie White right on the rear of Luke McGall on this race already, early doors, as he goes fastest with the 41.52. Just behind is Ethan Cousins and Zach Ormshaw. In his own little area, Oliver Ratton in 5th, just going around the hairpin, with the rest of the grid right behind the 28 of Devon Gills. They're going around the horseshoe towards the right-hander, and then their next destination is the top bend, where our current leaders are of Luke McCall and Charlie White, and it is in that order at the moment. Ethan Cousins 3rd, Zach Ormshaw 4th. Ethan Cousins does go fastest as well, 41.08, so a lot of quick times being pumped in at this stage. And Nikita Roberts going down the inside at the S, just before the S's. Getting ahead of the 74, so Nikita up into 6th position. And getting ahead of one of the Ormshaws out on circuits. Be Finley Ormshaw to be precise. As looks like the 72 defending off Louis Lovell, Hendricks, Burnett. Contact warning given to Finley Ormshaw, the number 74. So at the front of the grid now, it's becoming a party of 3 as the 17 of Ethan Cousins our fastest cadet out there at the minute, is now on the rear of Charlie White, who is right behind Luke McGall. So now we've got to keep an eye on not only the one in front, but Charlie's now got to keep an eye on the one behind as well, which means McGall, White and Cousins. The battle for P1 is underway in full force. The 21 of Zach Ormshaw, not too far away from that top three. Meanwhile, speaking of three drivers, Nikita, Robert Finley, Armstrong and Louis Lovell, all three of them setting personal bests for themselves. They're just coming into the horseshoe now. Their gap is a little bit further on to fourth. We'll just update you on that gap very shortly. Speaking of gaps, there isn't any at that top three. We'll go Charlie White and then Ethan Cousins. Nikita Roberts was looking at the inside there of Oliver Ratton. They're currently 4.2 seconds between... Well, there's 4.2 seconds between Oliver Ratton and Zach Ormshaw. So real close between those three, but not enough at the minute for fourth position. So let's see if they'll be able to catch up anytime soon. Right, let's go to this battle then at the top of the grid. Luke McGall, Charlie White, Ethan Cousins in that order, and still in that order, going around Billy's, through the S's, and then down the back straight. As the 12 in a sandwich, and a really tight sandwich, as there was a little look there from Ethan Cousins going into the area of the hairpin. Into the horseshoe, the 12 on the outer side for a moment. Stays in second as Ethan Cousins is a little bit too far away. Top bend and then down the main straight we come once again. This battle is just going to be heating up. So, into Billy's. Through the S's and then down the back straight we go. And here they come once again. Luke McGall still out in front, very minutely. All the gaps out there are under a singular tenth. Oh no, it's actually, yeah, just under a tenth. That is crazy. So going down the inside. Charlie White left a bit of a gap, so someone's taking advantage, but Charlie's still on the right-hand side, so gets the inside line for the right-hander. Opens a gap between first and second, but the change between Charlie White and Ethan Cousins doesn't happen, and Charlie just still hangs on to P2 with just over a minute to go. So through Billings, Cousins unable to take advantage of that gap, so he stays behind through the S's. And it's down the back straight. So are we going to get anything changed from the horseshoe? We're going to see a defensive line in the horseshoe from White, or is it going to be Cousins getting ahead? Cousins on the outside once again, so Charlie White having to stay a bit more defensive. Cousins is just trying to peek through some gaps and try and do something. The closing stages of this race, the clock on the right hand side of the YouTube live stream. It's back to how it was, similar gaps, but this time Charlie White makes a move down the inside, gets P1. Someone's nose is just on the inside, but nothing happens as we go down the back straight. So Charlie White now takes the lead. 3 seconds left to go on the clock, and now the 15 of Luke McGall. Defending off Cousins. So top bend down the main straight. And it's still close. Last lap. Charlie White, Luke McCall, Ethan Cousins. Zach Ormshaw with a chill 4th position. As another move. And it's McCall losing another position. Ethan Cousins up into 2nd. So in the space of 2 laps, McCall goes from P1 to P3. Charlie White now at the threat of P1. It's going to be close. This is the sort of racing we get from the Hondas. Charlie White is out in front. Cousins right beside. What's it going to be? Checker flag is out. It's side by side between Charlie White and Cousins, but it's not enough. So close. It's the closest of today. It's the closest of today. 0.03. That's the gap between Charlie White and Ethan Cousins. Luke McCall takes P3 at the end after defending his heart out throughout that race, but the last 2 laps just wasn't enough, unfortunately. Gets 3rd though. Still a podium position. Zach Ormshaw 4th, Oliver Ratton 5th, Finley Ormshaw 6th, Nikita Roberts 7th, Hendrix Burnett 8th, Louis Lovell 9th, and then Finley Thursfield rounds out your top 10. Hendrix Burnett is your top novice, and fastest out there was Ethan Cousins at the end with a 40.89. Wow. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a brief pause in commentary for the next race. We go to the Rotax Cadets. Do we have the grid? Yes or no? Take your bets. No. .03. There it is. Tommy Morris on pole, Ethan Copeland in 2nd. They are now out on circuit. So these get only a singular rolling up lap. So let's see how the start of this race goes, and then we will check it out. So, stop the music. There we go. And let's get ready to go for this race then. It is the formation lap. Forgot to put that graphic overlay on. And we are underway for race number 1 here. Race number 1? Why am I saying this every time? Heat number 3 for the Rotax Cadets. So into the horseshoe we go, and it's the 88 leading the way, which is Archie Rogers Tyler. And as he comes down the main straight, the running order will be on the screen with all their lap times, and commentary will resume later on. we are back for the next race then, and it's the juniors for heat number 3. So we're nearing lunch. I'm hungry. Getting starting to get a bit peckish. Speaking of peckish, I woke up at... That doesn't make sense. Woke up at 5 to 9, I was thinking, oh no. New PC, lots of stuff to do. Meanwhile, race-wise, Junior Rotax, and we've got Jarek Metters and I think it was Archie Buttle out in the front. Just off screen, we've got someone who'd made it as far as P16 on the grid. As I can already tell you, it's going to be an aborted start. I think we will be going back around again, and we are confirmed already. Hasn't made it either. Go on, Ryan, have a good old sprint. Ryan Hodge is our track maintenance again. Off he goes, off he goes, off he goes. Let's cut the music off. It's all going on the Heat 3, isn't it? Are we going to get a start, or is it going to get aborted? Let's have a look. Or if it's going to be a full start. Let's have a look-see. And it has been full started anyway. By the looks of it, they're not going to be able to get the other driver off in time. I believe that is the 22 of Archie Buttle, actually. He was set to start on the front row. It is a real shame for him, as that would have been great for points-wise for this race and for the championship as well. But nevertheless, we are going for this race as... it is. So into Billy's we go. Through the S's and down the back straight is the 53, then the 95. The 95's highest of this race weekend. So far, Karthik Kameta has the 92, Jack West behind. As we go towards the top bend, down the main straight of Clay Pigeon Raceway, and we get going. Names are already on the left-hand side of the screen, but Jarek Metters, Jack West, Karthik Kameta, Vlad Tominchuk, Finley Richardson, Reese Reed, Lucas Howell, Joshua Whitcomb, Ellis Snow, and Ava Morris. It's the 14 of Arthur Thacker right behind her, or beside her now, actually. So they go into the hairpin. 3, nearly 4 wide coming out of the hairpin and into the horseshoe. Ava Morris trying to skate around the outside as we go into the top bend, down the main straight. Jarek Metters leads the way. Massive lunge down the inside into the hairpin. It goes the orangey red cart. That's actually quite nice from a distance. Yellow. It's a WC plate of Joshua Whitcomb. as a contact warning given to Vlad Tomanchuk, currently in P3. Possibly changed since then. No, he's still in third position, gone to a personal best for himself. Fastest lap at the moment is Jack West in P2 with 35.25 is the quickest from him. Nobody else close to that just for now. Well, Jarek Metzers is. So Jack West catching by a few hundredths of a second here and there. So around Billy's we go. Through the S's for the 36 of Vlad Tomanchuk, who popped over the line in fourth, is third. As the WC plate making progress here, the 19 of Lucas Howell in that as well. 32 of Ava Morris down in 12th position. They're still on the back of this pack here. So changing once again as Finley Richardson goes down a few positions. Nope, sorry, I'm incorrect. Joshua Withcombe goes down a few positions. Peeking over the lines at different times here. Lots of progress being made by the 12 here as well. Charlie Cox starting to split away from Reese Reed and Ellis Snow, a little bit further back in the grid. But nevertheless, Jarek Metzger still leads away by just under a second as Jack West still sets personal best. 2 contact warnings just thrown in as well. Vlad Tomanchuk and Finley Richardson, the 2 given those contact warnings. Under 5 minutes remain on the clock. So they're flashing up on the screen on the right hand side along with the time on the digiboard. So Jack West still just under a second, very close to pretty much a second. But the fastest lap time is a 34.82 by Jarek Metzers. He is storming away. And meanwhile, Lucas Howell and Joshua Withcomb's trying to catch up to these 2. Currently lapping a little bit slower than our front 2 runners. Vlad Tomanchuk staying up into the top 5. Another driver making another move as 24 on the 12. And that is Charlie Cox and Finley Richardson. I think those 2 are swapping positions quite often here in the last few laps. Joshua Withcombe goes fast as a 34.81 as our 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th drivers all make personal bests. And Jack West decreasing that gap between him and Jarek Metzers. So more to come from this race. 2 minutes 54 left on the clock as the WC just goes around the outside of Lucas Howell at the horseshoe and sneaks up into P3 to charge on down with under 3 minutes on the clock. It's just going to allow him to try and catch up to Jack West and Jarek Metzers for that lead. That lead is not that big of a gap, but he is still leading the way. 34.72 now the fastest by Jack West, 100th quicker than Jarek Metzers, who also sets a personal best. So these 2 are just flying, absolutely flying in this race. So down the main straight those 2 go, and then we'll go back to where more of a battle is, where Joshua Witham, Lucas Howell, Vlad Tomanchuk, and also Arthur Thacker is in this list. Cox, Richardson, and Morris and Reed, your next ones to complete the top 10. That gap now with Jarek Metzers, Jack West is 0.71 as we got a spinner at the exit of the S's. Let's see what this gap comes to now, and it's even less than it was. Jack West lapping minutely quicker, which is great news for him, but not for Jarek Metzers with 1 minute 20 left on the clock. That is just going to be... Well, is it going to be enough time to keep a gap, to keep the lead, or will he be defending his socks off at the end of this race? So there go our two leaders into Billy's. Just over half a second now, this gap. Only a few laps ago, near a second. So West absolutely charging. Over a tenth quicker going through these laps here. Joshua Withcomb trying to catch up. The gap is 4.1 seconds. So not too much time left on the clock to close it enough. So for Joshua Withcomb is going to be a P3 if he can defend off Lucas Howe if he catches. So a lot of catching needs to be done before the closing stages of this race. We have 16 seconds left on the clock. The timer is there for you all on the right hand side of the YouTube live stream. So around the horseshoe we go, towards the right-hander and then towards the top bend. And down the main straight we come for the last lap of this race. Jarrett Metters leading by only 3 tenths now. So down the back straight we go. Joshua Withcomb leading by 1.16 to Lucas Howe, so that's a P3 for him. If I've not jinxed it yet, that is. As Vlad Tomanchuk, I think that was, trying to get ahead of Lucas Howe, has just caused himself to back up himself up into Arthur Thacker. But towards the top bend we go. Is checkered flag, and taking the checkered flag is going to be Jarrett Metters, followed by Jack West. Joshua Withcomb does take third, so I didn't jinx that. And then it's Lucas Howe, Vlad Tomanchuk, Arthur Thacker, Charlie Cox, Ava Morris P8, Reed in 9th, Snow in 10th. That is your top 10 and the 10 that have gone over the line there. Fastest lap is a 34.72, but just looking at the times here, it's rather close. First and second, so Jarrett Metters, 34.73. Joshua Withcomb, 34.73. Jack West, 34.72. That top three for the fastest lap was rather close. So close, in fact. Have a look. That is hardly anything for the fastest lap there. Jarrett Metters and Joshua Withcomb matching it. I do love a good matching of lap times. Two drivers that didn't make this one was the 76 and Max Chown and Archie Buttle. The two that didn't make the formation lap, unfortunately. Right, 2 more races to go before I believe we have a lunch break. So 2 more to go. And your grid will be on the screen shortly for the senior Rotax. There it is. For the senior Rotax, 177 Rotax, Henry Stratton and Tom Rotherham are on the front row. And Ben Johnson. You can't forget Ben Johnson at the back, can you? Right then, so let's go for this formation lap then. Henry Stratton for LPR Racing. A team I've watched grow from the ground up. Speaking of LPR, Patrick Williams-Rahar in purple to the right on the bench. Right, let's see how this one goes as they are nice and slow going up towards the top bend. Let's get the music. Probably just goes. Right, so to the top bend. Why do I do these things? So top bend, down the main straight we come, and we are underway nice and smoothly to start this race. So around into Billy's. I'm going to guess Bertie Wellesley's up into the top 2. He is indeed, he's second. with the 62 Dan Milner up in front. Henry Stratton being swarmed by left, right and centre here. He's currently holding out now in 6th. As it's getting caught off on the wrong sides of the track, but towards the top bend, down the main straight we come. So it's a 62, followed by the 48 of Bertie Wellesley. Amelia Nelson up into 3rd, and then we've got Jack Maben in 4th. Yellow's down at Billy's. If you happen to take evasive action out of the way. So around the hairpin we go, towards the horseshoe. And the top 5 rather close. You've got the 25 of Rufus Flan in that lot. Henry Stratton down into P8 after a starting in P2. But as we come down the main straight, Bertie Wellesley puts his radiator flap up. And he's going down the inside at Billy's, but overcooks it slightly as he gets unfortunately mounted at the rear because he couldn't slow down enough. He stays in 2nd. The 62 of Dan Milner, unfortunately, down a couple more positions. Bertie Wellesley overcooked it a little bit, but that did allow the 21 of Amelia Nelson to shake herself up into P1. I don't know why I said shake, but it just seemed to work. So to the top bend, let's get your new running order. So it's Amelia Nelson, Bertie Wellesley, Jack Maidman, Rufus Flan, Dan Milner, Finn Smith, Leah Purchase, Evie Pillane, Jamie Burt, Jacob Martin. As we go through the S's down the back straight, Dan Milner just managing to stay on the back of this top 4. He's dropped a little bit. Meanwhile, Finn Smith is behind him, so that is a solid threat right there. Just had a weird scrape from the track then. But nevertheless, continuing on, and Amelia Nelson having a little bit of a gap now to Bertie Wellesley. Unable to close that gap down the inside. 4th on 5th, that's Flan on Maidman as Rufus Flan goes up into 3rd position. The 62 closing on the 17 of Jack Maidman because of that changeover of positions, meaning around the hairpin we go, towards the horseshoe we go. And the top 2 splitting away from the front, but the 17 trying to go on the inside of the 25. They tap a little bit, but switching positions. What a move. Cutting through what was a tiny gap. So the 17 of Jack Maven keeps his position. So does Rufus Flan. So does Dan Milner. How was there no change in that little segment? So through the S's, the 17 in 3rd position. Bertie Wellesley has that gap of 1.4 seconds. And Bertie is only 3/10 behind the leader of Amelia Nelson. So down the main straight they come. Our 2 leaders. The wind is picking up in here. So around the Billies we go. Down the inside, that is Finn Smith. And it is Finn Smith as he pops himself up into P3. As also the 25 is up another one. So Jack Maven down a couple of positions. Still got plenty of time though. Just nearing the halfway mark of this race. Bertie Wellesley is trying to sneak up behind Amelia Nelson a bit more. But we're still travelling on through. Henry Stratton down into P11. Hang on a second. When we were talking about Finn Smith, he's now retired out of the race. Finn Smith is out, the number 19. I did not see that happen. Didn't see that coming. As we're now continuing on as one of the biggest threats of this championship, really. Out of this race. So we'll see where he starts for the final. Still some high positions for him earlier on anyway. But nevertheless, back to the race. Amelia Nelson followed by Bertie Wellesley. 2/10 is the gap. Rufus Flan, the Leo Purchase, Jack Maben, Evie Pillane, Jamie Burt, Dan Milner, Jacob Martin, Henry Stratton, who's creeping up into the top 10. Once again, making some later progress. But it is 2.6 seconds, the gap between Rufus Flan and Bertie Wellesley. As the 17 trying to get in the inside of the 25 using a bit of curb. Which you don't really need to use in the lovely hot environment of clay at the minute. The 48, Bertie Wellesley, trying to look for a move down the inside then. Staying in P2 though. 71 of Leo Purchase in third. Starting to split away from the rest of the field through the S's down the back straight. Where the 56 of Evie Pillane is in the midst of that middle pack. And around the horseshoe we go for our leaders. Amelia Nelson and Bertie Wellesley. 2 minutes 20 on the clock. So through the S's, down the back straight. Someone's gone a little bit slow there at Billy's, and that was the 68, Dan Beards. Just in a contact warning there for Jack Maidment just being put onto the screen, onto the digiboard. There is all of the ones put out in the day so far of this race. But anyway, it is Amelia Nelson and Bertie Wellesley that are currently leading the way of this race. 2.8 seconds between them and third position of Leo Purchase. So let's see how much more we got going. By the way, Ben Johnson just chilling out there. Going on through. So far in this race as well, we've lost 2 drivers. Dan Milner just a lap ago. And then a shock surprise retirement from Finn Smith as well, about 6 laps ago. But Bertie Wellesley is just hanging on to the rear of the 21 of Amelia Nelson. Oh my God, what happened there? Of Amelia Nelson. There we go. As she's now on the top end. Down the main straight she comes, along with Bertie. So around Billy's. Towards the S's, and then down the back straight we go. So, not long left on the clock. It is 0. So we're on to the last lap of this race, ladies and gentlemen. That is the one last lap for Bertie Wellesley to close that gap. He's opened a little one. So will he be able to pounce at the end of this race? Amelia Nelson still leading the way. Leo Purchase in third. It is eyes on these two. Horseshoe. Right-hander. Top bend. And then coming down at the main straight we are. Ben Johnson just going over the line. But going to be taking the checker flag. It was close but not too far away. But it's Amelia Nelson who takes the win for heat number 3 for the senior Rotax. And our singular 177 heat 3. Bertie Wellesley takes a respectable P2. Leo Purchase third, Jack Maidment fourth, Evie Pillane fifth, Rufus Flan sixth, Jamie Burt seventh, Jacob Martin eighth, Henry Stratton takes P9 at the end, nice little recovery, and Jamie Bradfield will take P10. So then, ladies and gentlemen, we're on to our next race after this, as Ben Johnson goes over the line, checker flag. Nearly forgot about Ben Johnson then, how can I do that? Not gonna lie, it's a rather nice cold wind out there. I know so, because my blinds are going mental. Hold up. Stop that from flapping around the place. Right, so the grid then for the Senior Blues, heat number 3, is as follows. It's Mitchell Carpenter in 15th. That's it. Oh, this is nice. I like seeing this. Ben Johnson helping Finn back to the pits. I like that. I like that a lot. Right, after that wholesome minute, Michael Bell and Kieran Quirk are on the front row there. Nice chap. Nice chap, Ben Johnson. Just hoping we'll see clap clap Ben Johnson. Yes, indeed. I always love seeing that when the drivers help them recover back to the pits. Right then, let's get ready for this next race, as I can just hear them starting to unleash from the pit exit. So let's change the screen. So let's see how this race pans out. Right, clear the throat. Let's get ready. Not as bad as last time I did commentary. My voice literally maybe 50 in like one sentence. Right, so this race is now underway for the Senior Blues. Their third heat. Let's see who will be out in front of this one. And hopefully Robin Stoddart Stones will actually not have a moment of retirement. Or a brief moment of retirement anyway. Let's see one driver off at the back there. The 26 of Mitchell Carpenter. So around towards the top end we go, and it's already staying relatively close from these drivers here. So down the main straight we come. Everything on there. Let's cut the music as well, that I realised was in the background too. Always keep forgetting to turn that off, but nevertheless, it is Kieran Quirk, followed by Michael Bell, David Watts, and the other David of David Waldron, Anthony Cleal 5th, Robin Stoddart Stones, Cart 6th and 6th. Go on, Robin. Joey Foster 7th, Paul Alexander 8th, Callum Jobson in 9th, and then Harry Smithson in 10th. So unchanged by our top three here as Anthony Cleal goes up into P4. So through the S's down the back straight. Goes 1, 5 and 6 for your 4th, 5th and 6th positions here. As Jay Foster, the number 66 meanwhile. I was about to say he was in 7th, but David Watts making a quick move on Michael Bell. As we go towards the top end down the main straight, and it will be confirmed on the left hand side of your screens here as well. So Kieran Quirk leads the way, but I can already see this David Watts trying to figure out which way to go to overtake here as we go towards the top bend and down the main straight. He is looking at the right side, so he's going for the outside, but for the inside of Billy's, and going into Billy's. He stays behind at the moment. Bell under threat from Cleal as we go into the S's. He stays ahead for the minute. So it's still the 2 followed by the 1. Which means David Waldron's in 5th, and he's staying in 5th. Robin Stoddart Stone's down into 7th, just staying on the rear of Joey Foster, the 66. Or is he? I think it's all changed a little bit further on as I was saying that and looking at the timing screens. But nevertheless, down the main straight, it is the 27 followed by the 0. Fastest is the 0 as well, with the 36.60. That's the 27 there, trying to make a defensive move back in front of David Watts, but he is too quick as Watts now takes the lead of this race as he is the fastest driver and now the one out in front. So he is unleashed as the one of Anthony Cleal trying the inside, and it worked for him as Anthony Cleal ahead of the number 2 as they go on round. So Bell and Cleal having their battles, but I think the number 1 is now unlocked from his area, the 66 and 16. Joey Foster and Harry Smithson now on the rear of that driver, the number 2. Bell under threat, a bit slower as the 66 tries the inside at Billy's. Not enough of a gap really to do it. Oh, I was meant to say it's too far back and he couldn't do it at the S's either. But nevertheless, we're still continuing on this race. There's still plenty of time to go as we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. The number 2 taking a rather defensive move into the horseshoe, which as we go up towards the top bend, the 66 looking at the inside stays back and plays it safe for the moment. As we come down the main straight, the 66 on the inside of the kink, but the 2 still got his nose in. Going into Billy's, it's a nose in for the 66. They swap positions, and in the end, through the S's, the 66 gets ahead. So the 66 in 4th, but now the number 2 gets overtaken by the 16. Harry Smithson also taking advantage of this, and now, just with that, Bell down to 6th. So from the top bend down the main straight we go. So through the S's down the back straight, the 27 there in 2nd is currently 1.6 seconds away. David Watts has the fastest lap of a 36.28, and the number 1 of Anthony Cleal starting to close the gap towards Kieran Quirk. So much progress made. So just under 1 minute 50 left to go. And it's all settled down now in that area of the 16, the 66 and the 2. Smithson, Foster and Bell. So let's see if anything comes from the next couple of minutes. We've got a minute and 26 left on the clock. So David Watts goes over the line. Now goes even quicker than before, 36.27. Paul Alexander there just going over the line. Sort of settling out in that 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Just looking though, Michael Bell starting to catch back up again. He's got his mojo back. Sorry, incorrect. I was lying there. I was looking at, I think that was this, hang on. Yeah, it was a 16, sorry. It was a 16 starting to catch up to the number 1. Number 2, Michael Bell, has actually fallen off a little bit time-wise. Not much, but starting to slow down a bit. with 10 seconds left on the clock. So it's going to be close towards the top bend. 4 seconds remain, and David Watt's just gone over the line there. So we are going to get an extra lap in this race. So Kieran Quirk, Anthony Cleal, as was there some movement there going into Billy's. We shall find out through the S's. Kieran Quirk was second, Anthony Cleal third, so no changes from there, but it's all starting to ramp back up again as down the inside goes to 16 on the number 1. So into the horseshoe. It's all rather close here. So we'll be nearing the last lap then of this race as the 0 David Watts, 3 point something seconds. I think it was 3.3 when he went over the line. It's now 3.7 seconds with this battling going on. So around Billy's we go, through the S's, down the back straight. Goes that battle for second. Is it going to change any further than it is already? Harry Smithson is in the top 3. Looking at the 27, who is defending as best he can. But ladies and gentlemen, coming from the top bend and taking the checkered flag, that is David Watts who takes the checkered flag. And it's side by side. Kieran Quirk keeps second. Harry Smithson takes third. That's close again. Followed by Anthony Cleal 4th, Joey Foster 5th, Michael Bell 6th, David Waldron 7th, Callum Jobson 8th, Robin Stones, he didn't retire, or near close to retirement. He did it. He finished the race, and he finishes in 9th position, and then Alex Kemp finishes in 10th. And that is that for this race day so far. Your provisional result on the left hand side of the screen. Don't forget, I don't say the final results. If you want to check them out, it's results.alphatiming.co.uk/CPKC. I know that off by heart. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, well, for you lot at home, there's a little bit of waiting to do because it is now lunchtime for all of us up here. Well, it's a late lunch for all of us up here, which means that we'll be back at 2:45-ish for the continuation of round number 8. So let's get the music going. Well, not this music, this music. There we go. And we'll be back a little bit later on for the finals of round number 8. See you in a bit.
To the groove and the light that flickers. We get lost in the crowd, it's getting thicker. We get away from the drinks and chatter. Haven't said a word, but it doesn't matter. Feel the air get thinner. I'm standing in a blurry dream. No one else can see us. Live your life within the moment. And don't go wait until the morning. You never know when it is over. All that I know is we'll get older. So let us dance this night away. I'm standing in a blurry dream. No one else can see us. So let us dance this night away. And we'll dance the
in my head. Did you really mean the words you said? Yeah. 'Cause the way I see it, you had every chance to walk away, yeah. You and me are perfect, but I don't wanna hurt no one when all is said and done. Just tell me that I'm worth it. Tell me I'm the only one, yeah. Baby, it's been so long. I'm calling out your name. Do you think of me? Just tell me if you feel the same. I will leave the lights on in case you're coming back. Do you think of me? Sometimes I wanna believe in that. 'Cause I think about me and you, me and you, me and you. All things that I wanna do, wanna do, wanna do. Don't leave me, don't let me down. Just tell me now. Do you think of me? Think of me? Think about me and you, me and you, me and you. Think about me and you, me and you, me and you. I think about me and you, me and you. Do you think of me? Think of me? Think I'm gonna make a move now. No one here, just us two. Yeah. Tell me, are you ready? Is it gonna be me and you? Me and you now. You and me are perfect, but I don't wanna hurt no one when all is said and done. Just tell me that I'm worth it. Tell me I'm the only one, yeah. Baby, it's been so long. I'm calling out your name. Do you think of me? Just tell me if you feel the same. I will leave the lights on in case you're coming back. Do you think of me? Sometimes I wanna believe in that. 'Cause I think about me and you, me and you, me and you. All things that I wanna do, wanna do, wanna do. Don't let me, don't let me down. Just tell me now. Do you think of me? Think of me? I think about me and you, me and you, me and you. I think about me and you, me and you, me and you. I think about me and you, me and you, me and you. Do you think of me? Think of me? I know that I should keep it cool, babe. Not lose my swag and play the fool, babe. Just play the game and hold on, maybe. But I'm done with the waiting, done with the waiting. I'm done with playing nice. Now look me in the eyes. Tell me, tell me, tell me what you see inside. Not gonna ask you twice. Not looking for your lies. Tell me, do you wanna go?
left, I'm still amazed. The way she dressed, I mean, woof, the way she smelled, made my every cell scream rum bum bum bum. Huh. Who knew what in the date could make me feel this way? Now I'm in love and I'm ready to play. Wrote her a text like, hey baby, do you wanna hang out? But then she goes, she run around, run around, run around, run around, run around in my head. I can't let go. No, 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 no. It's all I think about, think about, think about, think about, think about, think about her. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Ooh, I like it, baby. Oh, why won't she date me? Did you remember what happened? Remember stepping to the club, right? Did you ain't turn it up, right? She was rocking to the song, you were looking all along, even touch your ding dong, right? So tell me what's in your face plans when you put your hands in her pants, or maybe when you hit the guard and beat in that car, kept acting like a rock star. If you act like a douche, of course you'll lose, yeah. If you act like a douche, of course you'll lose, yeah. If you're acting like a douche, of course you'll lose, yeah. If you're acting like a douche, of course you'll lose. Run around, run around, run around, run around, run around in my head. I can't let go. No, 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 no. It's all I think about, think about, think about, think about, think about, think about her. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? If you act like a douche, of course you will lose, yeah. If you act like a douche, of course you will lose, yeah. If you're acting like a douche, of course you will lose, yeah. If you're acting like a douche, of course you will lose. If you act like a douche, of course you will lose, yeah. If you act like a douche, of course you will lose, yeah. If you're acting like a douche, of course you will lose, yeah. If you're acting like a douche, of course you will lose. She run around, run around, run around, run around, run around in my. It's all I think about, think about, think about, think about, think about, think about. Remember stepping to the club, right? Did you ain't turn it up, right? She was rocking to the song, you were looking all along, even touch your ding dong, right? So tell me what's in your face plans when you put your hands in her pants, or maybe when you hit the guard and beat in that car, kept acting like a rock star. If you act like a douche, of course you will lose, yeah. If you act like a douche, of course you will lose, yeah. If you're acting like a douche, of course you will lose, yeah. If you're acting like a douche, of course you will lose.
I wanna see you move. Baby, I'm so damn drawn to you. 'Cause I witness the things you do. I can help it, I'm so drawn to you. I
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We're back. A lovely lunch break. Catch up with one of my friends, which is on one of the marshals, which is great. I did got interviewed by Bertie Wellesley, but I was like half eating my lunch. I was just like, So, Bertie, if you're watching this back, I apologise. I wasn't being rude. I was like mid-lunch. Anyway, it's time for finals. We've got 5 of them to go through. Only 20 races altogether today. Which is it's actually the smallest amount of races we've had all year. Like I said, no Intermax, and yeah. So, lovely stuff. Just looking through all the names that are here today. Through the program. It's a shame we didn't get the program online as well as physically. That would be better not coming here. All I just see is this vegan. It's haunting me through the windows. Go away. Right. A couple of shout outs coming through. So got good luck to DM Racing even. And then also to Oliver from Daniel Barton. So love seeing support on the YouTube live streams. So it is always welcome. Bertie's still doing his live stream by the looks of it. Or is he? Yeah, he's still doing his live stream. Is he still? Yeah, he's still going. Let's go to the grid then for the Honda Cadets. Ethan Cousins and Charlie White. That is your 2 for the front row at the start of this one. 85 points for Charlie White, 89 points for Ethan Cousins. Close between Charlie White and Zach Ormshaw. 85 to 84 points. Right then, let's go for the formation lap then for this one. So, oh, why does that keep disappearing? There it is. Let's see how this 12 minutes goes along. Yes, you've heard correctly. 12 minutes is what we get for these finals. And they do get 2 rolling up laps, so you will see that right now as they go back around again to go for their second one. So let's see how this plays out. 12 minutes and a last lap is all it takes for these ones. Let's get the track mic back on as well, so you can hear the roar of the Honda Cadets. Right then, let's get ready to go for the Honda Cadets for their final in round number 8. And it looks like we're going for a false start anyway. Just checking out what's going on in the pit lane. It looks like we had a latecomer, which is the 23 of Louis Lovell, who I think went into the pits at some point, but is back out, so you'll be able to start this race. So let's turn off the full start overlay. And let's get ready to chill out for the finals here. So, from the top bend then, let's get ready to go as they get slowed down at the top. And we are well and truly underway. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to kickstart these finals off with the Honda Cadets. This is the last race of the day for the Hondas. So who is going to be the challenger at the front of this one? And at the moment it's the 17 of Ethan Cousins. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe they go. Goes towards the right-hander. Top end, and then down the main straight we come. So running order on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream: Ethan Cousins, Zach Ormshaw, Charlie White, Oliver Ratton, Luke McGould, Finley Ormshaw, Nikita Roberts, Finley Thursfield, and then a couple of the novices, Louis Lovell, and then Hendrix Bennett. That is your lineup for these drivers here. So our top 5 splitting away from the rest of the field. We've got matched lap times between Ethan Cousins and Zach Ormshaw on that opening lap as well, both on the 42.62. So that is the time to beat, and it's time to see what's going on with the field. So coming down the main straight, the 22 on the outside line, which bit of a confusion why you'll be on the outside at the early stages. He's lost a position to the 15 of Luke McGould, so that means there's a change between those two. Both trying to go down the inside of one another. Down at the back there, that is between 3 drivers. Again, it's the 15 involved in that one, but I think Oliver Ratton and I think it was the 21 of Zach Ormshaw. I'm not entirely sure. But as we go from the top bend down the main straight, we shall find that out real soon. So down the main straight. And it's Ethan Cousins, Charlie White, Luke McGould, and Zach Ormshaw. Then Oliver Ratton. As Nikita Roberts is joining in this party. She's closing that gap slowly. Finley Ormshaw, the brother to Zach, also starting to close in as well. Louis Lovell's making a few moves here and there. You can just about see him out there. He's got a green, white and red helmet, which is quite unique, similar to his brother, Max Lovell. So Ethan Cousins still with the fastest lap of a 41.11 compared to Charlie White's 41.33 in second position. Quite a high spot for him so far today. He's charging down towards Cousins in first, but it's third position where the main battle is at the moment in this stage of the race. That was random. That's where Zach Ormshaw, Luke McGould, Oliver Ratton and Nikita Roberts are, and slowly Finley Ormshaw as well. So we are slowly moving through. A lot of these will be waiting for later in the race to charge and make some more moves. Obviously you want to stick with your top 2 if you can, which is Charlie White's plan. But is the 15 of Luke McGould going to be able to do that with the threat of the Ormshaw Ratton Roberts and the, well, soon to be other Ormshaw brother 2. We shall find out. Nikita Roberts with a clean view of this out ahead. Very close between Luke McGall and Zach Ormshaw, as Ormshaw is now ahead. A little wave of the arm from McGall in the 15, deeming it possibly like why. And to confirm, the reason was because it was a bit of contact, as the warnings popped out onto the board, and Zach Ormshaw given a contact warning respectively. 7 minutes 16 left on the clock. So we're still flying through this race then. Zach Ormshaw has actually just been given another contact warning as well. So that's his 3rd by the looks of it, looking at the messages screen. So 17 of Ethan Cousins, then Charlie White, and then it's the 21 of Zach Ormshaw, like I said, receiving that 3rd contact warning. So through the S's, down the back straight, the 15 of Luke McGall right behind. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe next. So Ethan Cousins followed by Charlie White, then Zach Ormshaw, Luke McGall, Oliver Ratton, Nikita Roberts. Still nothing going on, or is there? Down at the hairpin, a potential move there between the 15 and the 21. McGall trying to claim that position back once again. As we go towards the top end of the circuit, Ethan Cousins, by the way, leading by over 3 seconds. Charlie White's being caught up by Zach Ormshaw. So let's continue on, as it's side by side between the 2 drivers there of Finley Ormshaw and Hendrix Burnett, I think that is, as well. So go side by side into the S's, and that is the 74 and 33, and that is indeed. So everybody behind Charlie White is starting to close that gap now with 4 minutes 30 left on the clock. So this is going to open more plays for P2 on the grid. Ethan Cousins nearly 4 seconds ahead of the road. Charlie White has just over half a second of a gap. So Ethan Cousins over the line, 3 minutes 41 left on the clock. 4.3 seconds is the gap, but the gap behind Charlie White is closing, and closing quick. So let's see how this plays out. Let's get you the right camera angle as well. So Ethan Cousins, Charlie White, Zach Ormshaw, Luke McGall, Oliver Ratton, Nikita Roberts is your top 6. The 6 that are going to possibly change over the course of this race here. for the higher spots. 0.3 is a gap now behind Charlie White. So White at threat for this position, second position. And it's really closing up now. Ormshaw right on the rear of Charlie White. He went a little bit wide out the exit there, turned into the horseshoe. Ormshaw already trying it, but looks like we've got someone else trying to get involved in this one as well. And that'll possibly be Luke McGool, who wants to be looking for that as our leader goes over the start finish. And it's unchanged by second downwards still. Charlie White still holding on to P2, but Zach Ormshaw just trying his best to get ahead. So into the hairpin we go. He's sneaking down the inside using a little bit of curb. As we come down towards the horseshoe, Charlie White's got the inside line, so gets it, but goes a little bit wide on the exit of the horseshoe, and now has to tuck in behind as Zach Ormshaw takes second position. But it's going to possibly change again. Nikita Roberts has a brilliant view of this battle. Luke McGool, is he going to get involved in this as well, as the 21 takes more defensive line into Billy's? Through the S's, down the back straight they go. They're going to catch up to our back marker, which is the number 70. Catching up really early doors here. I want to say early doors, so he's only got 1:14 left. Charlie White taking a few different lines to before as we approach the top bend of the circuit. Number 70 staying nicely out of the way. 58 seconds remaining, so also going to squeeze a couple of other laps out of this. So through the S's, down the back straights, the 21 still ahead of the 12. As we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe next up. Up towards the top bend, the clock now on the screen as well. Just, well, barely on the screen. Down the main straight, the 21 still has that P2. We've got an extra lap in this race as well, as Zach Ormshaw takes a more defensive line but opens a gap up. Charlie White, a little bit of contact there. So he tucks back behind, and it all resets and goes back to second, third, fourth, fifth for those drivers. So really tight for the battle there. So around the hairpin, towards the horseshoe next. In towards the right-hander, and then towards the top bend we go. And we lead on to the last lap of this race as well for Ethan Cousins. This is going to do brilliantly for his championship battle as we go more defensive into Billy's for the 21. Still no changes between these drivers. As down the inside goes the 15. Is he going to be close? I'm not entirely % sure. We're just going to have to go away from this one for just a moment because the checker flag is about to fall. And ladies and gentlemen, taking the checker flag goes Ethan Cousins for the win for round number 8 for the Honda Cadets. And down the main straight comes Zach Ormshaw for second. Charlie White for third, Luke McGool fourth, Oliver Ratton fifth, and then Nikita Roberts sixth. And then Finley Ormshaw seventh, Hendricks Burnett eighth, and he is our top novice as well. As he now goes over the line. Oh, sorry. So for Hendricks Burnett, top novice in eighth. Finley Thursfield will take ninth, Louis Lovell 10th. Joseph Davis 11th, Devon Gills in 12th, Arthur Kaiser in 13th, and then the number 17, 14th. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is it for the Honda Cadets for round number 8. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is it for the Honda Cadets. Like I said, that is their final done and dusted. Provisional results on the were on the screen. And here is your Rotax Cadet final. There is 12 minutes in this race. So Archie Rogers, Tyler and Charlie Page are on the front row there. Charlie Page, the novice, but outdoing it for the other drivers. Ethan Coupland will start 4th, with Tommy Morris in 3rd. So let's see how this one goes through. Like I said, these are 12 minutes plus a single lap. So let's see how this 12 minutes plays out for the Rotax Cadets. So let's cut the music off and let's get ready to go. So towards the top bend. As they get slowed up just on the exit of the pit lane, and it is full started. So as they come back round for their formation now. Let's see if we can get second time's a charm. So down the main straight we come, and it's full started again. So are we going to get third time's a charm for this formation lap here for these 5 Rotax Cadet drivers? And down the main straight we come. Let's get this into this. I nearly said it again. Rotax Cadet final underway. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, Stanley Stafford took the win for that race with a fast lap of a 40.16. Actually rather close at the end of that race. Nevertheless then, let's take a look at the, well, we will have a look at the grid in a second. There's the results there for you all on screen. So we go into the last 3 races of today's event, as we're next on to the Junior Rotax. 16 drivers altogether, and there is the grid with Jack West and Joshua Whitcomb on the front row, and straight out they come to kickstart this day off. Kickstart their heat off. Let's see how all 18 of these drivers perform over the course of the next 12 minutes. One rolling up lap. So let's see what we get. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for a busy, potentially action-packed final here with a very strong front row. So, towards the top end, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready for the big one for the Junior Rotax, and we're underway straight away here for this final. So all into Billies. Couple going quite wide, but we're still all good as we go through the S's, down the back straight. Lots of people getting excited outside. But let's get ready to go further through this opening lap. The 92 is the one leading the way, Jack West. Where's the WCO Joshua Whitcomb gone? We'll find out shortly. But coming down the main straight on this beautiful, lovely afternoon. So it's Jack West, Jarrett Metters, Lucas Howell, Arthur Thacker, Joshua Whitcomb, Ava Morris, Charlie Cox, Karthik Kameta, Reese Reed and Vlad Tomenchuk. So through down into the hairpin we go. And an unusual bit of contact there from one of the karters there. That was the 95. Karthik Kameta there. Not quite sure what went on, but that's changed the order just a little bit. It's affected Charlie Cox and Ellis Snow, Finley Richardson potentially as well. It has indeed. Plenty of time to recover though. We're only 2 minutes and a half into this race. So down the main straight we come. Sneaking down the inside down here at Billy's. A little bit further down the grid is the 28 on the 27. As there's Ellis Snow and Zach Fletcher. So Ellis Snow trying to make a recovery drive back up into the midfield pack. But meanwhile it's Jack West that leads away to the 53 of Jarrett Metters. So from the top bend down the main straight we go. .35.03 is the fastest lap set by our second position runner. Meanwhile, the WC of Joshua Whitcomb in third position at the moment. As he goes around the hairpin towards the horseshoe next. As the 14 trying to get ahead of the 19, I think that was. And Ava Morris on a strong race here, currently in sixth position. So down the main straight these drivers come. As our top three all set in personal best, and Jack West with the best lap of the race so far, the fastest, 34.90. so still tunneling through this race. We've got 8 minutes 40 left on the clock, so plenty of time left. Lots of time left. And I think that half an hour lunch break and a little bit extra for the juniors has recovered Ava Morris a little bit as she's properly charging through this race now. She's setting a personal best of 35.08. 6th position, catching to Lucas Howe as she sets for a strong opening to a junior Rotax drive for this year. Currently 2nd in the Intermax Championship. And if she's in juniors, that's going to open a lot more drivers to climb up the ladder in Intermax. But in the juniors, Ava Morris dipping her toes into the water, and so far a strong day indeed. Not as strong though as Jack West, who is still leading the way by under half a second to Jarek Metters. Meanwhile, Archie Buttle also setting the fastest lap now, 34.82, and is the fastest in this race for now, catching up to the 32 of Ava Morris. So let's see how this plans out. We still got loads of time left on the clock, and we're carrying on through. So Jack West, Jarek Metters, Joshua Withcombe, Arthur Thacker, Lucas Howe, Ava Morris, then Archie Buttle, Vlad Tominchuk, Reese Reed, then Charlie Cox. Still all 18 out on circuit at the moment. As they're going around the horseshoe, Ava Morris right on the rear of Lucas Howe. A sentence I didn't think I'll be saying today. But as we come down the main straight, will she charge ahead of Lucas Howe? So through into Billy's we go. Archie Buttle also right on the rear of Ava Morris as well. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. Will Archie Buttle take advantage of any gaps formed by these two ahead of him? And will Ava manage to get ahead of the 19 of Lucas Howe? So from the top bend, down the main straight we go. Let's see how this challenge plays out. As Ava now looking a little bit more defensive than she was previously. But we're still charging through, and she is still solid in her position. But not for long. Archie Buttle dives right down the inside, going into the hairpin. And that's a swap of position for those two. Archie Buttle up into 6th, Ava Morris down into 7th. Stops that battle between her and Lucas Howe. And now Archie Buttle's turn to take a go at Lucas Howe. Hopefully Ava Morris will be able to take advantage of any gaps in that situation. So around Billy's, through the S's, and then down the back straight we go. Meanwhile, at the front of the grid, it's not too much happening as Jack West, Jarek Metters, and Joshua Withcombe. That is still your order. Jarek Metters under a second behind. Joshua Withcombe just over half a second behind Jarek Metters. That is potentially closing up as he matched his fastest lap time previously. As they go into Billy's. Joshua Withcombe knocking off his 10th on the previous lap. .443 left on the clock. We have a double contact warning here for Harvey Lee Winteridge and Karthik Kameta. We did lose Zach Fletcher a few moments ago. About 3 laps ago. So 17 running out there so far this race. Our leader's still unchanged, and that gap is still closing between Joshua Withcombe and Jarek Metters. Meanwhile, back at the Lucas Howe, Ava Morris, Archie Buttle, and at the moment Archie Buttle ahead of Lucas Howe. Ava Morris now back behind Howe as we go through the horseshoe towards the right-hander. So your top three, like I said, unchanged. But Joshua Withcomb is right behind Mind. And then we will see if Ava Morris will be able to get ahead of Lucas Howe in the next stages of this race. Howe still not being able to catch back up to Archie Buttle, who has some right old pace at this stage of the race. He's already on the rear of Arthur Thacker, but we're on to the top bend, and the WC of Joshua Withcomb right on the rear of Jarek Metters. As down the inside he goes at Billy's, and there it is. He is now ahead. So the WC now into second position. Jarek Metters down to third. A swap for those two. Will it swap back, or is it now time to charge towards Jack West with just under 3 minutes left to go on the clock? So there's still plenty of time to catch up. It's a 1.3 second gap, so it is doable. And will they both play it smart and just go for that position at the top? Meanwhile, Archie Buttle is ahead of Arthur Thacker. He has the fastest lap of 34.68. Lucas Howe starting to catch up with Arthur Thacker as well. And then Ava Morris is just sticking behind. Vlad Tomanchuk starting to join back into this battle a little bit further behind. He's currently P8, so in 8th position at the moment. And you know this gap I've been talking about earlier, about the Joshua Withcomb and Jarek Metters trying to close that gap to get towards first position. Well, it's starting to happen. The gap is closing by a 10th on the last lap, which means we can potentially see a battle for that first position between Joshua Withcomb and Jack West. Jarek Metters starting to fall back a little bit with Joshua Withcomb on his pace currently. Random fact, all the top three first names start with a J. So you got JJJ for the top three. Don't know why, but there we go. So through the S's goes the WC. The 14 of Arthur Thacker still keeping on to the rear of Archie Buttle, a little bit further behind than normal, but is still there and still worth keeping an eye on, and so is Lucas Howell and Ava Morris. As our leader, Jack West, starting to catch up to our back markers now. One of them being Ellis Warlock, the number 99, one of the novices out there today, racing for points and position. So back towards the top bend we go, and look at the clock, only 20 seconds remain as Jack West now approaches our back markers, which could help Joshua Withcomb a little bit if he gets stuck behind them for too long, which it possibly has done, only a few tenths here and there, but that does affect it quite a lot. 3 seconds remain in this race, which means we'll be looking at the last lap next time round. Unfortunately, Reese Reed has retired from this race as well as he drops down the order. Number 33, unfortunately out, but now the number 92 is here and we're on to the last lap of this race. 1.1 is the gap. Unfortunately, I don't think there's going to be enough room for Joshua Withcomb to close the gap enough to close off this race. So around the horseshoe he goes towards the right-hander and then the top bend. And ladies and gentlemen, taking the checker flag then for this race day, it's going to be Jack West who takes the checker flag, followed by Joshua Withcomb, Jarek Metters, Archie Buttle does take 4th, Arthur Thacker 5th, Lucas Howell 6th. We got Ava Morris 7th, Vlad Tomanchuk 8th, Charlie Cox 9th, and then Jamie Dart will take out your top 10 for this race day. Max Chown will be our top novice who takes P12 at the end of the day. As they all go on through there. Fastest lap goes to Archie Button in 4th for the 34.68. But what a race day, and what an opening day for Ava Morris. Finishing out in the top 10, finishing 7th, and showing off her true potential here for the Junior Rotax. Let's see what she does next month. It's going to be rather exciting, and once again, a shocker. I did not expect her to be in the juniors already, but here we are. She finishes 7th, and that is the end for the Junior Rotax for this round. Round number 8 drawing to a close, but we still got 2 races left to go, including the Senior Rotaxes, which will be out rather soon. Let's see if we've got a grid yet, and we do! I look down at the floor to like, right then, so Ben Johnson in 17th at the 1177. So on pole position will be Amelia Nelson, and alongside her will be Jamie Burt. That is your front row. Amelia Nelson taking a last minute decision to enter into this race day, and well, it's going well for her as she's starting on pole. Bertie Wellesley with a good day today, starting in 3rd as well. Like I said, he did like an impromptu live stream on his Instagram interview, and I was so lunched out. I was like, yeah, it's alright, yeah, it's going alright. Yeah, same old. I feel bad, but I was in mid-lunch. Plus, I'm terrible with interviews. I kind of hate them, to be honest, but I'd rather interview people. And even then, it'll be like, how's your day coming? Yeah, alright. Right then, let's get ready for the Senior and 177. Literally, the 1177 for the last time today. A good old race day up ahead. So here they come. Let's see how this goes. For all of these drivers here for the Senior Rotax, 12 minutes plus a lap to go through, and also some competitive front rows. And yes, Bertie Wellesley's in that competitive front row, so let's see how it plays out for him later on. If he does well, I'm sure there'll be an absolutely exciting Bertie Wellesley on an Instagram. As the latecomer, I think that was 22 that's just joining in. I know Bertie will be excited, so let's see how it plays out as we come down the main straight. And it is a false start. So back around we go. That just helps the 23 of James Burgess actually get into his position for this race. So these drivers give themselves an extra lap here with this extra formation lap that we've been given from the false start. But yet again, let's get ready to go for this race here. So top bend, and let's get ready. Cut the music as well. I remembered this time. Right, coming down the main straight then, let's get ready to go. That's the longest ready ever. Right, this race is well and truly underway now. And let's see how this plays out. Looks like Bertie Wellesley is losing a couple of positions here. Staying strong, comes out in 6th, I think that is. But it's only the start, plenty of time to go. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. 71 already, looking down the inside of the 51. So there's Jamie Burt in the lead of this race. I think Amelia Nelson is in 3rd. Yes. Well, instead of guessing, let's have a look at the times and where they are. So it's Leo Purchase, Jamie Burt, Amelia Nelson. That's your top 3. And it's very tight in to Billy's. In fact, Amelia Nelson's had an absolute blinder and is into the front. Missing out the true action there. But it is constant attacks here for the front. So around the horseshoe towards the right-hander. And then we'll be able to get underway for another lap. So, Amelia Nelson, Leo Purchase, Jack Mayman, Jamie Burt, Finn Smith, Rufus Bland, Bertie Wellesley, Evie Pillane, Jamie Bradfield, then Sam Mitchell. Looks like we've got a contact warning on there, and that is the number 19 of Finn Smith, given a contact warning. I think he's in 4. There's Amelia Nelson, Leo Purchase, then Jack Maidman, Finn Smith, Jamie Burt, Rufus Flan, your top 6. Changing already as down the inside goes the 51, and it looked like he made a couple of moves, a couple of places up. But continuing on, it is constant swapping down in that midfield pack. So continuing on, any more changes to be said? Finn Smith into 3rd, Jamie Burt 4th, Rufus Flan 5th, Bertie Wellesley is in 6th. So he's not lost too many positions in this start of the race. And we got 1 in the tyres on the right-hander. And possibly going to be the 77. So that's the right-hander out of action whilst they sort that one out. It was rather competitive in that midfield slot, so we fly on through and keep going. Jack Maben, Dan Milner making up a couple of positions as well. And yes, it was Sam Mitchell who is out of this race, unfortunately. As we continue on through, that right-hander out of contention for overtakes. As the yellow flags stay out whilst they put the tyre wall back together again. Fastest lap being taken by Finn Smith, 34.28. He's in 3rd position, whilst Jamie Burt holding off 4th position, where Rufus Flan, Bertie Wellesley and Evie Pillane are currently. But at the moment, Amelia Nelson is the one that leads the way and is the one that currently is winning this race. But Leo Purchase taking some time off on this race, and that gap. Well, I was meant to say that gap, but yeah. So towards hairpin we go, and that gap is closing up quick for Amelia Nelson and Leo Purchase. That lead is also going to be at threat with Finn Smith in a few moments as well. Finn knocking off a 10th or 2 here and there. So let's see how this one pans out. Finn goes even quicker with a 34.27. So towards the hairpin we go. And then the horseshoe. Amelia Nelson, Leo Purchase, Finn Smith. That gap is just over half a second here. And with an added 4 minutes in these finals, it allows an extra 4 minutes of potential catching up to do. We got another contact warning given out to Jacob Martin. The screen's a bit small for me on the right hand side. So most of the field unchanged. Ben Johnson chilling out on his own out there at the minute, just to come down the main straight. Meanwhile, our leaders, top three, Amelia Nelson, Leo Purchase, Finn Smith, still unchanged. The gap is just over half a second for all positions in that sector. But for the minute, visually, Finn Smith is closing that gap, and also via the times is closing that gap. So with a fair bit of time left on the clock, taking a time about 5 minutes 20, there is loads of time for Finn to catch up here. As Ben Johnson goes over the line. We've got a spinner down at the hairpin. They continue on, and that is the 34 there. Jacob Martin is that driver who spun. But nevertheless, we're continuing on, and Amelia Nelson is the one leading the way, but it's being helped, that gap, by Leo Purchase. He's currently defending off Finn Smith in this stage of the race. Finn is right up against his rear bumper now, which is going to help Amelia Nelson with an initial gap increase. But with Finn, who's trying the outside, didn't get it, so he stays behind for the minute. This is just going to allow Amelia Nelson just to get a bit more of a gap out there. It is increasing each lap. They're still maintaining some good speed at the other two behind, though, as they go through the right-hander next. 25 is in a world of his own in fourth position, which is helpful for him. Rufus Flan in fourth, but down the main straight, the 21, Amelia Nelson, leads by only 1.5 seconds. This battle, Finn's really trying to go the outside at the before the S's, and that is just allowing Leo Purchase to defend, and allows Amelia Nelson to get that gap. Finn trying every opportunity he can out there, just trying to squeeze either on the outside or the inside, trying to throw Purchase off of his lines. But Leo Purchase with a very heavy defense here, coming down the main straight. Is he going to hold it? Billy's defensive into Billy's. Finn just has to stay behind. He tries to look for the outside at the S's, but even that's not a good feat there. Leo really is defending hard, and this is definitely going to help Amelia Nelson for that lead. Just under 3 minutes left on the clock. Let's see how this plays out, because even Rufus Flan could get a hint into this. Blue flags out for Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson! Who's still out there. So, Leo Purchase again defending into Billy's. Once again, Finn stays behind. It's deja vu. As still nothing to be said. Still really defensive, hugging that inside line. Leo Purchase goes a little bit wider coming out of the hairpin, and he goes a little bit later on the break-in, which helps him out, but sticks Finn Smith right on the outside still. He maintains that, as Ben Johnson given a contact warning, and also Finn Smith given a contact warning as well in there, just noticing. At the same time, contact warning again shown to Ben Johnson. I think that's just a repeat. You wouldn't have been able to see it. Ben Johnson, you naughty boy! But meanwhile, the 71 and 19 is now changing hands. This time, Leo's gone wide. And Finn Smith up into second, and now has to close up a gap of what is 5.1 seconds. Yes, that's how much they've been battling on. And this almost seals that win for Amelia Nelson, as with 1 minute 19 left to go, I don't think Finn will be able to close that gap. But saying that though, Leo Purchase is back ahead again. So he's fought his position back. Rufus Flan's back into that party. So down we go. Amelia Nelson there taking on to the next lap. Blue flags out again for Ben Johnson, but Leo Purchase is confirmed for that second position. They're going to have to get held up by the S's a little bit from Ben Johnson as he looks behind, points him to the inside line. Ben Johnson, a very respectable driver. Keep him well out of the way to let the rest of the racing go ahead. So 27 seconds remain, and this battle between Finn and Leo has just really secured this P1 for her. Meanwhile, Leo Purchase and Finn Smith back on the defense again, which means Rufus Flan and Evie Pillane could now get involved with this. So Finn has got to be careful as they're all trying that inside line. Evie trying to take the outer side. Can only stay on the behind the pack for the minute as we keep flying around. The 17 and 48 both can get involved in this as well as they all start packing up towards one another. Meanwhile, it's the last lap for Amelia Nelson. Currently, well, let's actually see what this gap is now. She had 5.1 earlier, and now the battle commences and continues at 7.3. Amelia Nelson's just been handed this win on a plate, all thanks to Finn Smith. Nevertheless, we'll have to leave that party just for a second. It's really heating up there as the 25s push wide, but nevertheless, taking the win for the Senior Rotax Final and 177. It is Amelia Nelson who takes the checker flag, and then at the end of this race, a lot of defending, but Leo Purchase with a well-earned P2. Finn Smith will take third, Evie Pillane will take fourth, gets ahead of Rufus Flan, who goes fifth, Jack Maben sixth, Bertie Wellesley seventh, Tom Rotherham eighth, Dan Milne ninth, and Jamie Bradfield 10th. Top novice and only novice once again is James Burgess and Ben Johnson for the 177s. But there we go, Amelia Nelson with a last minute entry. She wins for round 8. I think that last minute entry was well worth it. Provisional results are on the left hand side of your screen, or if you didn't see it very quickly there, available online. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen, we're on to the final of all the finals. Oh yeah, that phrase I always say. Let's see what we get from the Senior Blues. I'm just waiting for the recovery to happen. Some brilliant racing all round on all classes today, whilst we note it. So let's check out the grid for the... No, we won't. We'll see the results. There's the results if you did miss it. So you don't have to see it online. You can see it on the screen. There's the grid. Right, so it's Harry Smithson on pole with Anthony Clill in second. That is your front row. Where's old Robin Stone's going to end up? Where's he going to be? There he is in 14th. That's not bad. I'm not the only one recording this final. So the wind picks up for the first time, actually affecting the gantry, because the digiboard acts sort of like a windbreak. A massive slab. I do love the cover that is for the digiboard. Custom made. Thanks, Joe Wormsley. Custom made out of wood. So I can see a load of engines. Wow, I've got great vision through a building. I can hear the engine starting to turn up. So we should be underway very shortly. So please don't stop the music while I'm going to. There it goes. We should be underway real soon. And there they come out of the pit lane for the final of all the finals in round number 8. It's the Senior Blues. And let's see who will end up in that top position for the Blues in over 12 minutes time. Now, don't forget, we will be live later on the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Instagram for the trophy presentation. That will commence probably about half an hour or so after this final. So do stay tuned on our Instagram. That's at Clay Pigeon Kart Club. That's where all of our trophy presentations are held. And maybe in the future will be held on part of this live stream. But it's racing, it's underway, and it is time for the Senior Blues, who all flood into Billy's and all staying on the road. 12 minutes starts counting down, and so does all 15 of our competitors for this race, as you can see on the left hand side of the screen there. So it's a battle between the 16, 66 and 0 as David Watts nearly makes it 3 wide before the right-hander. So your order is on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream. But nevertheless, here's your running order. So it's Harry Smithson, David Watts, Joey Foster, Anthony Cleal, Michael Bell, Callum Jobson, Alex Kemp, Kieran Quirk, David Waldron, then Paul Alexander. So around the horseshoe we go for the midfield, and to the top of the screen, I keep saying that, top of the circuit for the leaders of this race, and that is going to be the 16 and 0. It's back once again for the Harry Smithson. So around the right hand we go. So I'm just taking a really wholesome message. I love that. So 10 minutes on the clock. I'm going to have to read that properly. Right then, let's continue on for this race, and it's Harry Smithson followed by David Watts. It's real close between the two of them. Under a tenth is the gap for them. Anthony Cleal's in third position, a little bit further back. 1.3 second gap to the 66 of Joey Foster. So the two at the front are David Watts and Harry Smithson. Both of the two sticking behind one another for the minutes, as it is the 0 ahead of the 16. The 1 and the 66 rather close with each other. So staying as it is for now with 8 minutes left on the clock. The two just sailing through this race at the minute. Fastest goes to Harry Smithson, 36.47. Meanwhile, Joey Foster, Anthony Cleal staying put where they are. And there's a huge gap between Anthony Cleal and Michael Bell, who has a bit of defending to do with the 72 and 27. Callum Jobson and Kieran Quirk. As my voice starting to go. Typical from myself. So hopefully my voice can play it out for the rest of this race. It's very typical. So first and second, with the gap between those two, and third and fourth, 1.97. So we'll see if Joey Foster will be able to climb back up towards our front runners. Their gap is just under 3/10. As the number 2 of Michael Bell down in 5th position, has Kieran Quirk, Callum Johnson, and also Paul Alexander in that list. As Alex Kemp and Robin Sollert Stones are close to one another as well. But it is just close for our leaders at the moment, and that battle for first position is also being in possession for that fastest lap of 36.43 for David Watts, and then a 36.44 for Harry Smithson. So down the main straight those two come. Harry Smithson now takes the fastest lap, so they're both just battling for quick times here. Both following similar lines as well. So we'll see if Joey Foster can catch up with these as well. Currently lapping a lot slower than the other two. But there is plenty of time left on the clock. There is just under 5 minutes left to go. The 27 a little bit bouncy over the curbs, allowing the two to get close once again. I think those two have swapped positions as well at some point during the earlier stages of that lap, so it will stay the same. No, it will change. Kieran Quirk and Michael Bell. So the 27 up into 5th, Michael Bell into 6th, as they go through the S's down the back straight. Fastest lap is still going to Harry Smithson in that second position. 3/10 is the gap between him and first position. But the battle is on hold over there, as the 72 of Callum Jobson now getting close to Michael Bell. And nearing 3 minutes to go in this race. Our front runner's still the same. We'll see if Harry Smithson can catch up and close that gap fully to David Watts. But only time will tell. Just like the 72 are getting ahead of the 2, and now Paul Alexander now potentially getting ahead of the 2 as, well, the 2 goes a bit too late on the break. Well, actually, in fact, it looks like he's retiring. He has indeed. It looks like something's gone. And he is now looking like he's out of this race, unfortunately, after being in the top 6. Such a shame for Michael Bell. But Callum Jobson, Paul Alexander carry on. And their battle is yet to commence between those two, as the 64 and 6 still battling it out with each other. Yes, Robin Stoddart Stones down the inside. His phone call was correct. I am going to commentate him overtaking this 64, and indeed Robin Stoddart Stones up into P8. Words that only he would have liked to hear today, and indeed I do. So over the line and goes Robin Stoddart Stones up one position. I caught that one. He's probably done other overtakes today, but that's the one I spotted in this final. So Joey Foster still in 3rd position with Anthony Cleal behind. That gap between 1st and 2nd will be nearing the 4-second mark, near enough, 3.98. As more come over the line, Kieran Quirk, Callum Jobson, Paul Alexander. But with just over a minute and 10 to go, David Watts is the one that leads the way. And Harry Smithson in 2nd. So we'll leave the clock on the right-hand side of the YouTube live stream for you all to view at home. I know it's not very clear. Hopefully we'll have a different angle next month. But Kieran Quirk, Callum Jobson for 5th and 6th. The gap 3/10. As the 42 now retires just on the right-hand side at the top of the screens there. Rob Mortimer there, unfortunately, out of this race. Not too much left to go either in this race too. 28 seconds to go, nearly made it to the end. But leading this race with still that little time to go is David Watts, the 0. Followed by Harry Smithson, then Joey Foster's still in 3rd, I believe. As we curve down the main straight for our leader, it's the last lap here. Our wind is definitely picking up today. As we go through the S's, down the back straight. And then towards the top bend, because ladies and gentlemen, taking what is going to be the checkered flag goes for David Watts, who takes the checkered flag, followed by Harry Smithson, Joey Foster 3rd, Anthony Cleal 4th. So those drivers stayed where they were through this race. There goes Kieran Quirk, Callum Jobson. More drivers come on through. Robin Stoddart Stones nearly got Paul Alexander. And that is the end of that one. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is the end of round 8 then. A beautiful day it has been, and that is it for today as well. So we'll go through all the final provisional results for you all, which I can do nowadays, which is amazing. So let's go to the Honda Cadets, which is still provisional, but Ethan Cousins won that by 7.2 seconds. Then we go towards the Rotax Cadets, which I believe is finalised. I can't see it. Oh, there it is. Which is, yes, has been confirmed. Stanley Stafford won that one. For the juniors, still provisional. Jack West winning by 1.2 seconds. A nice little battle between him and Joshua Withcombe every now and then. And Jarek Metters also charging there with Archie Buttle quite closely catching up to those top 3, but not enough time left on the clock. For the senior Rotax, Amelia Nelson takes a win for that one. She flew ahead at the start, and then with a battle with Leo Purchase and Finn Smith, that helped that P1, and winning by 8.1 seconds. So very well done there to Amelia Nelson. And then obviously just the one that's just finished, David Watts provisionally winning that race as well. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of today's live stream. Wrong button. That is the end of round 8. Like I said, we'll be live over on Instagram shortly for the trophy presentation. But nevertheless, I've been Alex, and I shall see you all in round number 9. Oh, and yeah, we actually finished this stream. New computer.